Hi, good morning, and welcome to the February 23rd, 2021 Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We are still doing a hybrid version of meeting in person as well as virtually. So you will see some of our board members appearing in different parts of the country, whether that be France or England or something like that in their virtual backgrounds. And then you will see some of us at the convention center. So with that, let's go ahead and turn it over to our board attorney from the city. Nick, you want to take us away?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the planning board has been scheduled, as the chairman stated, in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 845-4492-9647#. Or the public can log in directly to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 845-4492-9647. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard today may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 237. At this location, access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications this morning, on behalf of the chair, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. And lastly, before I swear in city staff, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So before we turn the meeting back over to the chairman, I'd like to swear in city staff who will be testifying today. So can you state on record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Nick. So as we move forward, just a couple of housekeeping items. I know that, and I'm barely breathing under this thing. I do understand that this, mask requirement in person does get a little bit heavy sometimes, especially if you want to, have a little bit of speaking time. So what I would recommend is to have two, maybe one that's more breathable if, you're short of breath or anything like that. But definitely to all of our board members who are, trying to make this thing work. Let's try to make sure we keep these masks up and on at all times so that we don't have any issues. Otherwise, I think I'm going to get a pow from the city commission. So let's keep me out of the hot water. All right. So with that, I want to take one item before we get started with approving the minutes. Well, let's do the minutes first. So do we have any support for approval of the minutes from the December?
Just one quick note on the minutes. Some of the people that received a printed agenda may note that Michael Barano was listed That was corrected on the online version that he was still in the system as a board member. It was corrected and he was removed from the system. So just to know that the minutes should not have his name on it.
Mr. Chairman, on the minutes, I noticed that motions that we approved, especially on new applications, amendments that were made are not noted in the minutes. Is that typical for these after actions?
Yeah, they are typical because they will reflect the actual language that was corrected. So when you're approving with the actual corrected language. Is that correct? That's my understanding.
Are you want you're talking about the whole detail of the motion?
Right. His question just centers around the fact that if he's approving the minutes, is that inclusive of the changes that were made during discussion? And my answer to him is yes. And I just want to confirm that.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Alex, that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So with the note about Mr. Barano, which I see here on every item, and it's only under the voting section, of course, because he would not have moved any items. So with that and the answer to Alex's question, is there any support for approval of the minutes from the January meeting?
I'll move it.
Okay, it's been moved by who moved it? I'm sorry. David. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so moved by David Weeder, second by Mark Milan. Virgilio?
I'll do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
Yeah.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's go ahead and do the telecommunications ordinance. This is the same item that's been on the agenda for a little bit of time now. So this is just to continue it until it's ready?
Until it's ready, it would be, so the next meeting, March 23rd, and we'll probably continue it at that time too.
All right, is there a motion to continue the item? Planning Board File 18-0244. Okay, it's been moved by Mark Milan. Any second?
What would be the difference, Mr. Attorney, through the chair, to do a continuance versus a deferral to no date certain, so that we don't have to every meeting? If we anticipate at the next meeting we're going to be continuing again, why don't we do a deferral to no date certain until the item is ready to be presented before us?
Ideally, we would, when the board takes a vote to continue to a date certain, a renotice is not required, although this has been continued for a good amount of time, so I think we'll likely renotice it anyway.
I would feel more comfortable as a board member, for the transparency and the benefit of those residents who we serve, that we do it in a way that it would require a notice when this comes before us, because of the amount of time that this has been continued. With me personally, I would prefer a deferral with the opinion that you've given us.
Right, and that's consistent with what we intend to do once we do bring it back.
I would do a motion to defer to no time certain until they have the item ready for presentation.
Okay. Is there a second?
Okay, I'll second that.
It's been moved by Alex and second by Mark. Virgilio?
Second by Mark. Okay, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan? Mr. Milan, are you okay with that?
Yeah. I'm sorry. You cut out. I apologize. Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Rogelio, can I just ask a question about that? Is there extra cost to the city for this, or like for notices or anything, or is it?
We typically issue an Herald advertisement every month, so this would just be adding an item to that. So it shouldn't be too expensive. But if it required mail notice, posting, and things like that, then it would be a significant cost to the city.
So, Alex, that was an excellent suggestion. It gets very annoying when I get some of these things that keep on getting rolled over and rolled over. So that was a nice move.
Thank you. Thank you for the second.
Absolutely.
We got a guy who understands Roberts a little better.
Absolutely. Rogelio, and there's a question for staff. We have a time certain on the Palmview Neighborhood Study discussion. Is that 11?
So the Palmview Neighborhood Association requested that the item be continued to the April meeting. They did have conflicts, and next month's agenda is pretty full. So they requested that it be continued to the April 27 meeting.
Motion to continue.
Second.
I'm sorry, before we do that, I just wanted to get that as a point of information. Let's dispose of the Affordable Housing Committee. I did have just an off-camera conversation, and I think that there was interest by Mr. Weeder, our board member Weeder, to be affirmed here to the city's Affordable Housing Committee. So if there is no anyone against that, I would just do it by acclamation, common consent. Does anybody have an issue with that? Anybody opposing that? Okay, Mr. Weeder, you have now a new assignment, sir. More work for you.
I just have one question. Is this going to be, am I going to be able to do that virtually, or am I going to have to appear at meetings?
Mr. Weeder, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is purely advisory. Okay. So we have not required that a quorum of that board meet in person.
And when will the meetings be set up, if I may? Who's going to call the meetings? City attorney?
That I don't know. I know that the staff to that committee is the Housing and Community Services Department, but we can ask them to reach out to you.
Yeah, I would like to have an idea of the schedule and when I'm supposed to appear, as well as the procedures. I assume it's not going to be the same as this. So.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, and I know you will represent us very well and bring back some really pertinent information as we see that affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing is becoming a catch-all for everybody who's in a profession that's making less than a certain amount of money. So look forward to allowing you to share your knowledge here, David, as you acquire more of it.
And right. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, just a quick point of information. I've reviewed the code section governing the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and all of those appointments are actually made by the City Commission. So I think how we can treat the board's action today is as a nomination of Mr. Weeder to be to meet the qualification as the citizen who actively serves on the local planning agency, and then that nomination would need to be ratified by the full City Commission. So I will personally advise the City Clerk so that can be placed on an upcoming City Commission agenda.
Yeah, and I want to assure everybody that I do not subscribe to the great English moral philosophers, Jeremy Bentham, who said that poor people should be taken to the workhouse because it causes pain to rich people who see them in the street. And so I do not subscribe to that, and I am devoted to trying to make affordable housing a positive step for the city of Miami Beach.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion recommending to the City Commission the appointment of Mr. Weeder to fill the citizen representing the land use agency for appointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee?
Thank you, Alex.
Well, I mean, we can do it by acclamation. Does anybody have any objection to what Nick said and Alex's follow-up? Okay, so by acclamation, he's nominated. Fair enough?
Excellent.
All right, perfect. Thank you. The next thing is the discussion item for the Palm View neighborhood study will be, there's no need to make a motion on this one. This will just be something added to the April 27th meeting. And then are we ready, Rogelio, to go into the affordable housing discussion?
We are ready. I'm going to make a brief remarks, and then I'll turn it over to Maria Ruiz, who's the director of the Housing and Community Services Department, to make a presentation as well. Okay, ready? Okay. So this is the discussion item that was requested by the Planning Board late last year. It is not related to any specific proposal or development, simply to inform and discuss as to the city's affordable housing needs, incentives, programs, and proposals, and we'll see how the discussion goes. As I said, Maria Ruiz is here, and she'll be making a presentation. So I'm just going to briefly describe some of the incentives available in the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance for affordable and workforce housing developments. The code has several incentives which are intended to facilitate affordable housing, and they fall into three main categories. The first is density and unit size. The second is parking, and the third is fees. Regarding density and unit size, each land use designation in the comprehensive plan has a maximum density measured in units per acre. The comprehensive plan also provides an 80% density bonus for workforce and affordable housing units, and that bonus is limited to the use of workforce and affordable housing units. So those units cannot be that bonus cannot be used for market rate units. It is important to note that this bonus doesn't result in any larger buildings because the FAR is capped. It doesn't allow you to increase your FAR beyond what is allowed. So the additional units have to fit within that volume of the building that is allowed by the underlying FAR. There are some cities that do issue density bonuses for affordable housing, and they also provide FAR bonuses. Because of our charter, we can't do that unless it goes to the voters. And to date, no such FAR increase has been proposed to the voters. So the density increase is implemented by allowing for smaller unit sizes. The LDRs allow for smaller minimum and average unit sizes for workforce and affordable housing units. There are some exceptions, but generally zoning districts require a minimum unit size of 550 square feet and an average unit size of 800 square feet. For workforce and affordable housing, they typically reduce that to 400 square feet, both the average and minimum. So a developer is able to fit more units within the same FAR volume and making the affordable housing, hopefully the idea is to make the affordable housing development pencil out. The second incentive related to parking, the code allows for reductions for parking for workforce and affordable housing units. The requirements are generally reduced. Most areas, it varies depending on the parking district, but most areas require 1.5 to 2 spaces per unit, depending on the size of the unit. If it's workforce or affordable housing, that's typically reduced to 0.5 spaces per unit. In the North Beach Town Center, however, there's no parking requirement for workforce or affordable housing. The reason for this is that structured parking costs between $30,000 and $45,000 a space to build. So if you add that to the cost of each unit, that makes the unit unaffordable essentially. So that's really one of the biggest incentives that we have available. And also there's a lot of evidence that shows that residents of affordable housing units are more likely to use public transportation to get around. So the demand for parking is significantly less. The third category of incentives that we have is for fees. The land development regulations provide reduced fees for workforce and affordable housing. For example, we have a mobility fee, which is used to fund transportation improvements whenever there's a new housing development built, any new housing development. And so market rate apartment unit would pay approximately $1,500 per unit. The fees for workforce housing are about half that. So they pay $771 per unit. And the fees for affordable housing is a quarter of that. So they pay $385 per unit. And actually next month, you will be considering an item that will reduce the mobility fee to $0 for affordable housing, as well as reducing other land development fees that they are subject to. So we'll get into more detail of that next month, but just be aware that that's coming to you. And with those are the three big incentives that we have. And with that, I'll turn it over to Maria for her presentation.
Good morning and thank you. Rogelio, I believe that Christina sent you a presentation. If you don't mind bringing that up. Thank you.
Yes.
And if we could also make sure Christina Cabrera or Christina Dennis from my office is available in case she can jump in if there's an area that I miss on. If you could go ahead and skip to the next slide. One of the things, much of the information that we'll be providing you today is contextual. We'll also just briefly go over some of the information that Rogelio was able to give you. We're trying to also provide information within the broader context because a month doesn't go by where we don't see an article about Miami and the greater Miami area being among the most expensive places to live in the entire country. And a large factor in that is obviously that we have a lot of low wage earners concentrated on our economy. So to put a little perspective, to put the context of our conversation, we've got on the screen for you the average rents for 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, both in our city and in Miami. And you'll notice that as the unit gets larger, it's more affordable for people to live in Miami. And it should be noted that many of the units in Miami are going to be larger in size. They're going to have more amenities. They're going to be newer in nature. They will have parking attached to them. But that gives you a little bit of context. And when you look at these rent amounts and then you put into context the average salaries of the people who are in our economy, especially those working in our hotels and restaurants, we've had the privilege of getting to understand the issue through COVID of just how difficult the affordable housing issue is for many of our workers, because we're providing rent assistance to a great many of them. The vast majority of our people that we serve right now with rent assistance are between that $1,300 and $1,400 a month. That's really where the core, most of our assistance is going right now. And the vast majority of those people are either employed or were employed at a hotel or restaurant. So that gives you a bit of context in terms of what we're seeing in our community. Our next slide. The city is a recipient of federal and state funds, and we are required to expend those funds for the vast majority of people earning no more than 80% of area median income, with the exception of our SHIP funds, which allow us to go up to 120%. So I provide you this income chart just so you can put into perspective the size of a household and their income and where that would put them in terms of eligibility for our federal and state programs. And as you can see there, at 80% for a household of one is about $51,000. That's more than a first-year teacher would make, which is closer to $41,000, to give you context. Next. So our next goal is to really just define affordable housing. Affordable housing in the general is that you're paying no more than 30% of your income for housing costs, and that is inclusive of rent and utilities. And it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or if you're making minimum wage. The idea is that ratio be within that 30% so that you have 70% to cover food, clothing, transportation, and other living expenses. And it's what makes it affordable. Over the past 2 decades, the vernacular has kind of changed, and we call affordable housing typically in the vernacular in reference to the Section 8 program or public housing, where 30% of a person's income is applied towards rent costs. But the truth is that affordable housing really does mean whatever I can afford on my salary, spending no more than 30% of my income to be able to live. Next. In terms of affordable housing types, we have a variety, subsidized housing, public housing, Section 8, fair market rents, and one that I'd like to focus a little more today as we go through the conversation, which is naturally occurring affordable housing. So if we go to the next slide, subsidized housing is really providing, are those units that have a subsidy that is tied to the unit. Usually it's up to 80% AMI. For many of our senior buildings, that subsidy is for people up to 50% AMI. And the idea is that the cost of that unit is going to cost no more than 30% of that person's household income. It can be both publicly or privately provided. Rebecca Towers is an example of a publicly provided housing. And we have the city units, the city managers that are privately provided because we're using funds from the federal government to subsidize private units. The next slide, please. Public housing, of which we have only one building, which is one of the towers at Rebecca Towers, is housing that is managed by the Housing Authority, where tenants are paying 30% of their income. We don't see a whole lot of public housing in the country. It's beginning to actually diminish over time, and it's being converted to housing choice vouchers or portable Section 8, if you will. So that's decreasing over time nationwide. Next slide. Section 8 is, and thank you, is it? Yeah, next slide. Thank you. So Section 8 is a rent subsidy program administered through the Department of Housing and Urban Development that in essence, again, allows a family who is income eligible, usually earning less than 80% AMI, to be only able to spend 30% of their household income towards their housing costs. And there are primarily two types of vouchers: project-based, where the actual subsidy is tied to the unit, or voucher-based, where the subsidy is actually portable and is tied to the eligible recipient. The Housing Authority has 3,400 vouchers, of which about 30% actually remain within the city. Section 8 vouchers are allowed to be carried, or portable, allowed to be carried up to 10 miles outside of the issuing jurisdiction's area before they can be then transferred to another housing authority if the person prefers to move. But they are portable and they can be used on any private housing in a community. Next slide. Fair market rents, which is what HUD defines as rents that are affordable within an economic region, and we are covered between Dade, Kendall, and Miami. We land in that region. You can see that a fair market cost for a efficiency is $1,057. That's slightly less than it was last year, but of course the COVID pandemic did change economic conditions. So while usually you don't see much of a decrease in that number, we did experience it as a result of COVID. And you'll see across the board that the numbers for efficiencies through 4 bedrooms did in fact actually go down. Fair market rents are used as the basis to determine the eligible rents for a housing choice voucher, a Section 8 voucher, for Section 8 contracts tied to project-based units. You'll also see them tied to any project that is funded through HOME, which all of the city's portfolio is compliant with Home Investment Partnership, which is up to 80% AMI incomes. You'll see that with emergency solutions grant programs. We don't have those funds in our city, but they are administered through Miami and Miami-Dade County and would be eligible for use within our city. Continuum of care recipients, which would be those individuals who are exiting homelessness and are managed through the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust, and of course, our public housing units. So that gives you a bit of context. If $1,057 is a fair market rent for an efficiency, I'm looking at most of our studios efficiencies are in that neighborhood that we're seeing through our rent assistance. The same for our one bedrooms. As you see there, that fair market rent of $1,231. Interestingly enough, we're seeing $1,200 to $1,300 really be that common range for the vast majority of the people who are seeking rent assistance. Next. And then the area that I most want to focus on, because for most market-driven models, you're always looking at how the market responds to an issue. And natural occurring affordable housing are those units that are held in private hands that are affordable to people who wish to rent. And that is obviously the vast majority of the individuals that we are serving through our rent assistance program. We have just under 10,000 households in our city that are paying less than $1,500 for a month for rent. We put for context the average rates for some of our more common positions, our wait staff and our teachers, to give you context. And it gives you a little bit of an idea of how affordability puts into play with an income source. The other thing to factor in when you're looking at naturally occurring affordable housing is that you're looking at people who tend to work within the same neighborhood. that they're trying to live, work, and play really within a confined area. You see that as a more prevalent concept. One of the things I know have been working for many years is to try to encourage teachers to come and live in our city. And we've been promoting our first-time homebuyer program to target more teachers and more mission-critical personnel to be able to take advantage of the program and be able to then obviously live and work within the city to improve retention of those key positions. Next. Workforce housing is typically, again, defined as housing that houses the people who work in your local area economy. And it's everyone. It would be from your wait staff, your teachers, your firefighters, everyone in between. And the idea is that they would be able to have a place to live close to where they work. The term became more into the vernacular after Aspen, Colorado had a hard time being able to find housing for people employed in its workforce. So really back since the 1980s is when you first started to see the concept of workforce housing as a different discussion item. But in truth, workforce housing is housing because it is really tied to people who are connected to the local area economy. Next. In terms of the need for workforce housing, as I had mentioned earlier, I don't think that there's a month that goes by that there's not an article that kind of talks about how expensive it is to live in South Florida and how housing challenged a great many of our workforce is. As you can see, whether you're a homeowner or a renter, there is significant hardship for people to be able to afford the housing that they're in. 48% of all of the city's households are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. So why is that relevant? Well, number one, you want people to start saving for retirement. You want people to save for rainy days, such as a COVID when they lose jobs. You want people to be able to invest money in the local area economy by going out to eat dinner, going to the theater, being able to shop at the local stores, and not just for groceries, but for clothing and other items. So if you don't have any money left over after you pay for your housing costs, that does have a ripple effect on the rest of the economy. So that's why it's so important for us to put into context the connection between housing affordability and the greater economy as a whole. So at the next slide, we talk a little bit about the benefits of workforce housing. Number one, you reduce traffic because you're eliminating cars from people who have to drive in to get to their work. You're creating closer community ties because people who live and work here are going to shop at your local stores. They're going to eat at your restaurants. They're going to enjoy your parks. And so that creates a closer bond on a social level. It's obviously encouraging residency by vital employees because one of the things that we want to do is in any situation is that you want to be able to be resilient. And if your workforce is 40 minutes away, you won't have them when a crisis occurs. So it allows us to be able to make sure that those vital employees are accessible to us when we need them. Next slide. So in the city's comprehensive plan, we have a housing goal of 6,800 low and moderate income units and those for special needs households. Originally, that number was 16,000 units. So there's about 50,000 units citywide. And so one of the things that I wanted to really emphasize here as well is that when you look at the subsidized affordable units, such as the ones in the city's portfolio and Miami Beach Community Development Corporation, in the Housing Authority and Carrefour and other housing providers in the city, we have just over 2,000 units that are subsidized. In addition, there's about 3,400 units, 3,400 vouchers that are managed by the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach, of which about a third, or about 1,000 units, are within the City of Miami Beach. But that means that the balance of that 6,800 needs to be picked up through the open market, through what's called the naturally occurring affordable housing. One of the things I did want to mention before we go to the next slide, and I put this as a little reminder, affordable housing units that are subsidized through a government program, whether it be home, CDBG, SHIP, sale, those programs, and as one of those incentives is you're in essence taking that property off the tax rolls, which means they're not paying property taxes. Why is that important? Well, property taxes are what help support many of your city functions, your police, your fire, your parks. Our department, as an example, It's very important to understand that there is a very delicate ecosystem that's created by the number of affordable housing units that are government sponsored, that require that tax subsidy of being removed off the tax rolls, and those that are naturally occurring, because naturally occurring affordable housing is in fact paying into your tax base. Next slide, please. As I had mentioned earlier, the city does have a variety of units that it has subsidized both in its own portfolio and in the portfolio held by other providers. We have subsidized development of properties for the elderly, working families, veterans, and formerly homeless individuals, as well as working and disabled individuals. And those really address those special needs populations that are alluded to in the consolidated plan and comprehensive plan. If you go to the next slide. And I'll only mention this briefly because Rogelio did an awesome job actually at the front end of the presentation, giving you an overview of some of the incentives that the city has actually passed in the last few years to try to encourage workforce and affordable housing, including parking reductions for affordable and workforce housing, incorporating the idea of workforce and affordable housing in garages, since the need for garages is projected to be decreased over time. The next slide, we've promoted the accessory dwelling units, town center, obviously, the density being changed, reducing the minimum and average sizes for affordable and workforce housing units. All those are incentives to developers and to others to be able to encourage units. The next slide, you'll talk about the waiver of the training and technology fee, which has occurred in the past year, and the expedited building permit review that we do for affordable housing. Those are all incentives. I think the greater challenge, obviously, is that workforce housing and affordable housing, specifically affordable housing in the traditional sense, is reliant on federal and state funds to subsidize the development of these, because the operating margins obviously are much smaller. To put into perspective what the change has been, our city's allocation combined with all of our funds is less than $2 million a year. We used to get more than $2 million just in CDBG 10 years ago. So that gives you a bit of a context that we've actually decreased over time the amount of subsidy that we are receiving, and then therefore the amount of subsidy that we can then turn around and offer to developers. In the next slide, we're talking about some of the things we're looking at going forward. We're looking at waiver of fees for land use boards and waiver of additional mobility fees. One of the things to keep in mind for any developer, whether you're an affordable developer or luxury developer, is you're looking at what the cost of construction is going to be. And one of the challenges is that it's much more expensive to build in Miami Beach because you have to haul things over here and you're building upwards. You're not building out when you have lots of land available to you. That's one of the challenges we face with all of our affordable developers. That and obviously the challenge of working within a historic district and the limitations of what you can do and the size of those units, because it makes it a lot harder to turn around and make those available to families, for instance, which is one of the largest gaps we have in terms of affordable housing for people in the lower income strata, is being able to provide units with 2 and 3 bedrooms so that you can accommodate growing families, which is something that every community needs in order to kind of feed and grow legacy into the community and have generational growth. So that's a quick overview of workforce housing and affordable housing. And I will say this, in the past 5 years that I've been working with the city on workforce and affordable housing, or 7 years now, being able to just hold on to what we have has been a significant challenge, because we have historic buildings that require a tremendous amount of upkeep. We have the shrinking allocations being provided to us by the state and federal governments. And also that silo concept that many people look at affordable housing only within the concept of affordable housing. And what we need to do is step back and not have silo mentality, but rather holistic thinking of our economy and realizing that we need housing for all our workforce, and that we should contemplate the importance of providing an industry that provide greater than living wage salaries. So people in the tech sector, in the finance sector, in the education sector, so that you're in essence growing a different workforce, one that can afford better housing as well. So that's a quick overview. I'm sure that you probably have specific questions, and I wanted to make sure that I set time aside to address those questions for you.
I do, Maria. May I start? Since I'm going to be on this committee, has there been an economic analysis of the issues presented by this presentation? I mean, I see a lot of different issues that we should all be worried about. I mean, can the city afford it? Will we be getting enough subsidies from the state and federal government? I know you went through some of those. What will be the effect of the neighborhood? What will be the effect on neighborhoods? Pushback. What will be the effect of increased density? But mostly the economic side of this. I think there should be affordable housing. There's absolutely no. But I'm just wondering how complicated this issue is going to be. Can I pose that question to anybody who wants to?
Can I piggyback on that question for a second and maybe ask it another way, David? Do you mind?
Sure.
In other cities, they offer FAR increases to developers, and that's a very effective way of getting workforce housing incorporated. We aren't allowed to do that here, so that has to go to voters because of the city charter, I guess. So. My question, Maria, are the incentives that you have presented here, are those sufficient to really address this problem, given that we can't do FAR increases? Do you feel that those are sufficient measures to actually get developers to begin incorporating affordable housing into their projects?
Well, let me add, it's a complicated answer because I want to make sure that I'm sensitive to all of the issues. There's two ways of looking at this. There's the issue of the workforce, and there's the issue of the elderly who are looking for affordable housing in order to retire. And why do I separate those issues? Because I'm getting tremendous demand from seniors from all over the world who contact our office looking for affordable housing because they're on fixed incomes. And I separate that discussion because the vast majority of that kind of housing, you want to make sure that you have a balance that obviously accommodates these individuals to continue to live in their community, but also recognizes that there is an economic cost to doing that. The vast majority of our retirees living in Rebecca Towers and in most of our affordable housing units for seniors, they're averaging about $900 a month in income. So to put that into perspective, if they're paying $300 for their rent and utilities, they've got $600 to spend in the course of a month for groceries, transportation, laundry, buying clothes, entertainment. Their economic impact is very different than a workforce unit that's paying at 30%, where you're going to probably see higher than $600, obviously left over for discretion, which means there's more money to spend on those businesses that are part of our economy. And that sensitive balance is very important. And why I wanted to stress the comprehensive plan talks about that 6,800 units. Well, between the affordable housing units that we have, the Section 8 vouchers that we should try to pull some more into our city, and that naturally occurring affordable housing, we do, I believe, well exceed those 6,800 units. The issue is that there's so much demand from people who want to come live here, especially those people who want to come and retire here, or people who have lived here but want to continue to live here, but need to now live with a fixed income. And it gets expensive to live in Miami Beach. I mean, the reality is that going to the grocery store, you're paying more at Publix in Miami Beach than you are paying at Publix in Westchester. Those factors are important. And when you're a senior on a fixed income, they become amplified. Now, that being said, I remember my first week working at the city 26 years ago, that there was a discussion on more Section 8 vouchers being requested through HUD. And the community was in an uproar. They did not want affordable housing. And I remember most candidly someone referring to affordable housing families as people with feral children. And I'll never forget that because it hurt my heart in such an extraordinary way that we were talking about human beings that way. Well, we've evolved as a community, and that's wonderful because we've seen now that affordability, it doesn't matter what income source you have. It doesn't matter what industry you're on. It doesn't matter how big your families are. It doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter your ethnicity or your religion. It's a factor that affects us all in a very pervasive way. And what we need to really contemplate is instead of building housing and then going backwards, we should be looking at the economy we want and saying, how do we support this economy within our community? Yes, you're going to have to serve your seniors because they live here, and you want to make sure that they keep them here. And you also want to make sure that you nurture families because you want to make sure that you have a generational legacy and roots in this community so that you can actually build the community's ties. But you also want to
Maria, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
The question that I see here is that there may be a differential between people who want to come here and retire and seniors who have lived here and worked here for their entire life. And in the assignment of the advantageous price for housing, that is extremely complicated because I don't know if the city can do that. And maybe Nick can chime in on that. I don't know about the legality of doing something like that. It could be ripe for litigation because people are saying they're not being treated equally. And on the other hand, does the city want people to come here to retire if they can't afford it? I mean, there are a lot of places they can go, which is very nice, but it may not be this community. So are we looking at subsidized housing for retirees as an incentive for people to come here to retire, or are we looking at this kind of subsidy, government subsidy, be it state, federal, local, for people to stay here once they have worked here, or if they can't afford to live here, does the government subsidize that? I mean, I have a lot of questions about that. I just don't understand the economics. Maybe you can touch on that.
Sure. So let me give you an example. We opened our wait list for our affordable housing last year. We received about 11,000 applications over the span of 5 days. The vast majority of people were, in fact, from Miami-Dade County. So we did get from Australia, we got from New York, we got from Canada, we got from all over the world. But the vast majority were, in fact, people who lived in Miami-Dade County. And the vast majority of people working in our hotels and restaurants do, in fact, live in Miami-Dade County. But when you're looking now at a person who is making $25,000, $26,000 a year as a hotel cleaning lady, when that person retires, they're going to get $1,100 a month in Social Security. The issue needs to kind of be revamped a little, in my estimation, because you can't build a whole lot more on Miami Beach. You don't have any open land. You're going to be going up. You have height restrictions. You have historic districts that can't be expanded. So what we're really looking at is, can we maybe turn the problem differently? Can we look at cultivating the jobs, increasing the pay in these jobs, perhaps through job training and trying to cultivate industries that bring people with higher wages? Because at the end of the day, what makes Miami Beach attractive is that you can get around town by foot, by bike, by trolley. You can literally do everything you need to do within your own neighborhood. You can't say the same in Westchester or Hialeah or Coral Gables because they're built outwards. They're not concentrated. This is for those people, and this is what I hear the most from people who originally are from New York and then relocated here, worked here, and then retired, is that the reason they like the beach is that it reminds them of New York. They can walk to the grocery store. They can go to their doctor down the street. They can go to the movies without having to own a car, which is a big expense once you're retired between insurance, fuel, maintenance, and upkeep. So I think that we need to kind of revisit the issue as a whole and then not discount the fact, and this is a discussion that really came to the fore during the conversation about the CRA in North Beach. We have naturally occurring affordable housing. We have lots of units that are available in North Beach, which are typically affordable to working families who work in Miami Beach. And again, the vast majority of the people that we're servicing through our rent assistance program live and work in Miami Beach. But the issue is that their salaries are so low that once they have one shock or stressor, it impacts their stability. So I think we need to look, quite frankly, at the front end of the problem and not always at the housing end. It needs to be looked at holistically so that we don't create silos, because by virtue of creating silos, we're creating cracks. So we should be nurturing those hotels who are hiring our workers at lower wages. Hey, let's look about investing in housing that the employer subsidizes, which is not a foreign idea. It's been done many times in this country. It's been done in Alaska. It's been done in Wyoming, in areas where you had bursts for natural gas and oil. If you can't pay salaries that afford people to live near where they work, then our employers should step up a little bit and see if they can help out.
Maria, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Of the affordable housing types you identified, and I think the presentation was great. What do you feel we do best already, and where are we lacking? Do we need more Section 8? Do we need more naturally occurring affordable housing? Where's the real need for us?
And this is where, again, I want to be very sensitive, because if you're asking the front wage worker who is going to look for affordable housing on their retirement wages, they're going to tell you we need more Section 8. We need more subsidized affordable housing. I'm more of a global economist. I like to believe that, in fact, we can take care and nurture our people if we pay them salaries that allow them to thrive. We don't want people to live in subsistence. We want them to be able to thrive. The American dream always was to own your own home. We should be promoting the concept of ownership, because that does create stability over time. And I'll use as an example, even this COVID. If you have a mortgage, you can apply for forbearance and you can tack that on until the situation gets better. If you're a renter, you don't have that privilege. So I think that one of the things we need to do is kind of go back to basics, which is we want to promote home ownership because it creates stability. It actually increases individual wealth, but it also stabilizes a community, because at the end of the day, a person who lives in a neighborhood is going to care about that neighborhood. And if I had my choice, my emphasis would be always on home ownership, with a section of your housing always available for your workforce, which you want to grow. It's going to be that entry level workers. You always want to have rental housing available, because that's what they can afford. And they're at the beginning of their career, and you want to make sure that you provide them a place to live close to their job. But as they advance in their careers, so will their family advance. And so we need to take into account that more family housing is going to be needed down the road. And it really needs to be reflective of the needs of the people who are working here, which is why I go back to, we haven't talked enough about the economy and how the economy influences our housing.
Well,
this is, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony.
Maria, I'm not discounting at all the needs and concerns about prospective retirees and retirees who want to come here from other places. But I do want to use your most recent point to segue the conversation a little bit to the notion of workforce housing for people who are actually working at a different level than subsistence wages. I mean, when you look at the ranks of our city staff or our teachers or police and fire, those folks make good wages and yet still can't really afford to live in Miami Beach. And your point about living in the community and then therefore feeling more connected to the community and raising the next generation of community residents and advocates for Miami Beach, and planning towards what you want the city to become rather than only looking at what the city is currently and how to make that balance. This notion of workforce housing versus affordable housing, and talking about incentives, is there a way to do parallel tracks of incentives so that if you're doing one type of housing, there's one set of things that might be relevant and attractive to you versus for workforce versus affordable housing? And is there also, tangentially related, There's a lot of concern about overdevelopment in the city as it is, and especially for very expensive, very glamorous apartments that stay vacant for enormous parts of the year and don't do much to enhance the quality of life of people who actually live or work here. Is there a way to incentivize different kinds of development, so it's not building from scratch, but it's adaptive reuse or funding to help some of the older naturally occurring inventory to get a little bit upgraded and therefore more attractive? Is there a way to incentivize accessory dwelling units? How do we think differently about providing a bigger mix? I mean, it's kind of either older units that are naturally occurring or sparkly new units that nobody lives in and nobody can afford, and there's not much in between.
You're 100% right. And if I had to prioritize, I'd say you always want to make sure that there's housing for families, because families create the generational ties to your community. And it's very hard to find a 2-bedroom apartment and a 3-bedroom apartment. As you can see, the price skyrockets because you're also looking at those newer buildings that are the ones that may have the larger units. And even space. I know that one of the complaints I hear every day at our rent assistance program right now is that the parents are going crazy having the kids in their apartments without school, and their apartments are so small that they're on top of each other during the work. So if I had to prioritize, I would say family housing. Now, when you talk about how do we develop going forward, in the conversation with the development of the CRA, one of the more robust conversations about the CRA's potential impact is being able to invest some of those CRA dollars into the existing naturally occurring affordable housing that lives in North Beach. We have older stock building that needs to be upgraded, not only to create resilience because of the environmental concerns that we have, but quite frankly, to make them more attractive to a family, like having washers and dryers in the units so you can actually wash your clothes and not have to go to the laundromat or go 3 floors down to do that. And I think that the CRA can be a tremendous opportunity for us to reinvest in privately held properties that need to be invested in to keep the workforce local. So that's one of the issues. On the ADUs, we don't have a whole lot of ADUs. Most of them are concentrated in our larger single family areas, obviously. So we haven't seen a huge impact with regards to those. But that's because conceptually, they're usually tied to a single family home. And most of our single family homes are in the wealthier districts of the middle area of the city. But what I think that, to speak to your point, we need to leverage the dollars that we have in the private housing development. We don't need, I think, in my estimation, more subsidized housing. We need more of that naturally occurring affordable housing that we invest in for the long term. And the reason I say that is not only because of resiliency, obviously, and those issues tied there, but we have so much naturally occurring affordable housing that just needs investment to continue to make it effective and useful for the current workforce. It's within walking distance of our jobs. It's right off major transit. It does provide the starter. It's for those people who are in the beginning part of their careers, because a significant amount of our workforce are those back-end workers in the wait staff, the hospitality industries. So if I had to prioritize, it would be to invest in family housing and to do so in naturally occurring affordable housing. Continue to protect what exists so that it can continue to be there for us as it grows. Because as property values increase, you see naturally occurring affordable housing disappear. So our goal would be to try to keep those owners continuing to offer what they offer, but allowing for investment in their properties so that they can continue to be used for their existing purposes. Does that answer your question?
It's a start. Thank you.
That was my question.
So Maria, one second. So let me throw it back to Nick, and then I know Alex is waiting. So yes. Nick had a question. He let Tanya go. So Nick, if you want to just wrap up, and then Alex, if you will follow, please.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, I still am just curious about, to exactly your point. So more naturally occurring family housing, naturally occurring workforce housing for families. Do you feel like how do we keep those as market rates go up? How do we retain those? are the incentives that we're offering, do you feel they're sufficient, given that we don't offer FAR increases, things like that?
Well, that's why the conversation for the CRA came up, because we don't have enough in our federal and state allocations to make a dent. I think the real money would come in the CRA, where we could actually substantially have an impact in a community that, number one, is where our workforce lives. And number two, quite frankly, needs investment in order to make sure that it stays resilient. So to me, the CRA is the perfect example of where we can accomplish that in a significant way. And the funds that can be created through the CRA can provide the funding to achieve that. In our initial conversations with economic development, when we first started talking about the CRA, we looked at investments of $40,000 to $50,000 in an apartment building being sometimes enough to be able to keep those units as affordable for workforce, but enough to keep those buildings online, that the landlords would then be incentivized to make the repairs and keep it workforce for another 10 years. I think that those are the kinds of things that the CRA affords us that up to now, we haven't been able to do. In fact, as I was looking at the historical investment for federal and state allocations, our greatest allocations occurred in the 90s. That's 30 years ago. And a lot has changed since then. So I don't see our federal trend is that our awards are actually getting either decreasing or staying flat, but they're decreasing when you factor inflation. So at the end of the day, you can't look at that pot as a true pivot maker. I think the pivot maker comes from looking at the CRA and seeing that it's an opportunity to holistically look at a community, invest real dollars into existing properties, and make sure that you're actually looking forward and you're doing these investments for a population that's already there. We don't want them to move. We want to retain them. And that's a big fear that people have, that if a new owner comes in or if the owner invests in property, they're going to increase rents. Because that has happened with a lot of the naturally occurring affordable housing in South Beach. Investors came in, they bought the properties, they put in some money to fix it, and they immediately jacked rents 50%, which obviously forced out many of the workers that had been living there.
Let's go to Alex and then David after.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Maria for joining us today. I know, first and foremost, I really want to thank her department because they have been thrown the kitchen sink during this whole COVID-19 pandemic, and I've had the opportunity to collaborate with her office as a resident on pushing some issues for the homeless and some of our other vulnerable populations. So, Maria, once again, thank you. I do believe that the preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing is something that we need to definitely work harder on. We need to remind our property owners, our single family homeowners also about the ADUs. I don't think that's really something that's widely known about in our single family communities. A lot of times we have applications that come before us that are commission sponsored rather than applicant sponsored. When they're applicant sponsored, these applications that come before the planning board, they usually lead to land use board fees. And maybe if we would have more of these applicant sponsored applications that would give us fees, we could do then waiver of land use fees for when we have affordable housing developments that come before us. I believe that the waiver of mobility fees is something we should be looking at as well. But something that I want to touch on that I think is very important for our community is the Miami Beach Community Development Corporation, which has long been the affordable housing arm of the city of Miami Beach. And I bring that up because prior to 2013, when the organization ran into some management issues, MBCDC was receiving funding every year from the city. And since 2013, they have not received a single penny. And, I want you to think about that. I mean, this is MBCDC. They have over 300 affordable units with sick people, with the elderly, with the vulnerable, people who are in their 60s and to their 80s. and they don't get subsidy. And so, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do, and I don't want to get into that conversation today, but I think it'd be proper. We're talking about affordable housing in our city, that we perhaps invite MBCDC. I know that one of our former planning board members, Jeff Feldman, is the vice chairman of their board of directors. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like the opportunity at a future meeting, maybe the next meeting or the following one, to be able to invite MBCDC to hear from them and get their input on these affordable housing issues. They really have been an important arm of the affordable housing effort here in Miami Beach. And I just want to add one last thing. I do think that training is very important. Trades give people the opportunity to get educated on welding, AC repair, nursing very quickly at a low cost, but make a very good income. And I think, yes, absolutely educating our community to have better paying jobs is certainly something that is very important and we should certainly be pursuing. But let's make let's not forget the fact that what makes a community rich is the diversity of a community. And it's one of the things that Miami Beach has always prided itself of, which is its diversity. And diversity can't only be limited to race or sexual orientation or those type of things, but it's also income diversity. And that is one of the important things that I think we risk losing over time in Miami Beach. And I'm thankful that we're having this discussion, because we must do everything possible and we must pursue every legislative avenue possible to make sure that we preserve that income capacity, that diversity in Miami Beach. With that, I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
David?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Alex's sentiments concerning Maria's work here, and I appreciate the presentation. But I think what we're confronted with in Miami Beach is a city which is becoming increasingly more expensive and in need of people who can work here. But I don't know if there's enough money. For example, teachers making $42,000 a year is outrageously low. I mean, it's scandalous that teachers are being paid so little. And the idea that the city can operate against these pervasive economic forces makes us think that there's a limit to what the city can do in terms of this area. So I really look forward to participating in this committee, because it is very challenging for a city which is undergoing such change. And Alex, I'd like to remind you that Miami Beach wasn't always that diverse. Miami Beach was a very homogeneous place years ago, yet it isn't the city that it is now. I mean, I think we've made a lot of progress in terms of where we've come from, but we've also encountered the growth pains of a city that has density which it really isn't capable of handling. So if you look at the idea of people who are making not enough money to afford housing here, you ask yourself the question of what other cities have done. I remember when I lived in New York, my first job, I was making $6,000 a year, and I had to take the subway from Queens to get to work. It was horrible. I had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, but I don't do that anymore. I'm lucky if I get out of bed at 9. So I'm just really concerned that we may be biting off more than we can chew and more than the city can handle economically, unless we get federal subsidies And, with what's going on in Washington these days, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get that. People are getting stimulus checks, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to understand what our limitations are economically in a market that is so not governed by that much by inflation. Inflation is not the problem throughout all of Florida. It's a problem in Miami-Dade County because everybody wants to come here, except the people who live in Palm Beach. I don't know about this area enough, and I'm not an economist, but I just don't know the answers to this. But it's really a very interesting and challenging discussion because I don't really know where we're going to wind up after we do all these gymnastics. So,
Board Member Weider, if you yield, and I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt. One of the things that come to mind as we're discussing this, it's our last meeting. Our last meeting, I voted against a project that was waiving parking requirements. And I don't want to get into a discussion about it, but one of the things that bothered me about that project, and one of the reasons why I voted against that, is that I remember reading one of the North Beach Master Plan documents. And one of those documents talked about that when we waive or when we give certain privileges and that type of stuff, that we require incentives or that we require them to include workforce housing or affordable housing. And I think a lot of times when we sit here, we make these decisions about projects that we approve. If we give them certain waivers and that type of stuff, we got to be thinking, well, how can we also help our community? And I think that's one of the tools that we have sitting here. And I don't know, I believe I might be wrong. I don't think that project included any requirements for workforce housing. But I think as we move forward in the future, we can be thinking, well, how can we work with our development community when they come and they ask us for some of these waivers? Well, let's then also ask how they can help our workforce and affordable housing.
I agree with you. I've always been trying to help the community, and I think you're absolutely hit the nail right on the head. The question is, will we be able to do it? And I'm not saying we can't, but what I'm just want to point out the difficulties that are going to be there in terms of where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
So I'll just jump in.
Good discussion, though.
Absolutely good discussion. And Maria, first of all, thank you for taking the time to, in very plain spoken language, explain a little bit about the opportunities as well as the challenges with regards to providing affordable workforce and just regular housing, quality housing, whether it's NOAA or some other version of that. And I think that you touch on a lot of important points at the beginning of your conversation. You led us down a path to understanding that, good quality, affordable housing, whether it's NOAA or otherwise, provides an opportunity to prevent homelessness, from ever really occurring for some families. I think you kind of spoke and touched briefly. I don't think you went into it deeply about the benefits of affordable housing for children, just having quality housing that's not in despair or something you have to look at negatively every day, affects the mental health of children and allows them to focus, as well as the family, on the most important things that are occurring in their life every day, like education, getting proper foods, et cetera, from an expense standpoint as well. I think Alex touched on apprenticeship without saying the word when it comes to, the opportunities for new construction, renovation, or whatever to be an inclusive policy around teaching folks how to earn a trade and a skill that will, give them the opportunity to produce, economically for themselves and their family. I think you went over, vouchers and some of the sourcing of financing. You did not touch on LIHTC, which probably, as David joins that Affordable Housing Committee, he will be able to learn a little bit more about the federal subsidies that can come down to the state and then lend themselves through the low-income housing tax credit program. And as he sits on that board, he will learn a little bit more about what the requirements, restrictions are of Florida housing with regards to availing yourself of those tax credits. I think you talked a little bit about private employers, which I think is important. I'm involved in a pursuit project in Orlando right now with Universal Parks and Resorts. And the most interesting thing about that is the private employer, Universal, attached itself to an initiative that was led by the Orange County government and Mayor Demings there in Orlando. And through that effort, they put out a request for developers to develop a 20-plus acre site that they had near the convention center. And so with great hope and optimism, I hope that I will be leading that charge in Orlando soon. You talked about NIMBYism. And, one of the things that David just touched on is that an elementary school teacher here in Miami-Dade County, median salary is roughly $48,780 or $790 to be more precise. And that's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? That's collected every year. So when we talk about NIMBYism, it's fine to say, hey, I live in Miami Beach and I have what I need, and to exclude others. But Maria, I sent you something to both you and Rogelio, which I think I would like you to incorporate in your presentation going forward, which gives a face to what affordable and workforce housing actually is. And we're talking about a civil engineer in Miami-Dade County makes $81,840, according to the BLS. That's at 130% AMI. Probation officers make $37,730. That's at 60% AMI. Maids and housekeepers, which you led your discussion on, median income in Miami-Dade County, $23,360. Flight attendants, 90% AMI, which is considered workforce housing, roughly $55,340 a year. So I think, the conversation about NIMBYism is really not much of a conversation. When it comes to affordable housing, the challenge is people have to personalize affordable housing. Affordable housing means that it's for your children. It's for your friends who work in these occupations. And that's why I want you to consider looking at what I sent you and incorporating that visual into your presentation, because it's not really about NIMBYism at all. It's about personalizing the need for affordable housing across the spectrum. And then finally, what I will say is, I think that there's a tremendous opportunity, and Maria, I'll meet with you separately about this to maybe perhaps invite David to that meeting.
Yeah, I have to say I'd like to come to that. Absolutely.
I think that there's an opportunity to do something a little bit on a grander scale. And David, when you talk about, and I'll share that separately with you and David, I don't think it needs to air on the floor here today. But when you talk about seniors and Maria mentioned the concept of aging in place without giving it a name, what we're really talking about for many is, and it's been said here in this planning board before, where planning board members have said, I could not even purchase my own home at today's levels if I had to go on the market and look for it based on my income. And so the idea that someone needs to age in place, meaning in a community of choice where they would prefer to live, I think that has merit. I think that's important. So as we think about all these things, they are very complicated. I practice in this area every day. It is a very, very difficult situation. There are many different interlaced rules, starting with the IRS, all the way down to the state, all the way down to local municipalities. It's a broader conversation beyond just Miami Beach, because this will probably involve Director Michael Liu over at Miami-Dade County, because he has control of some of these project-based vouchers that Maria talked about. So with that, and I apologize to Director Liu later for calling him by name, but I consider him a decent man and a good friend. So I'll stop there, but great conversation, and just wanted to echo my comments on the record.
Mr. Chair, if I could request for Maria, because it was a very good presentation, if she could, through staff, send us a copy of that PDF. I'd appreciate that.
Alex, it's linked digitally.
I didn't.
Which just started working again, I think. See if you can click it now. Anyway, yeah, or they could email it out again. No.
Okay. Yeah.
No objection there.
Yeah. Thank you.
So do we, Maria? Do you want to provide some closing comments? Seeing that no more questions.
Thank you, Kareem. Actually, interestingly enough, we had a slide similar to yours in the presentation, and we were trying to time our presentation. We cut it out. But that's why we only kept the two of the positions there. But this is a very difficult conversation. And the only thing that I would encourage, not just this board, but quite frankly, the community at large, is that we need to have a conversation that's holistic, that we don't talk about housing in isolation, that we don't talk about job development in isolation, that we don't talk about quality of life in isolation, that we really should have these discussions in one fell swoop, because they influence each other to such a huge extent. And I'm encouraged that this board is so open to this. It just goes to show what a generation can do in terms of change. So I'm very heartened to hear everything and all the comments that have been shared today.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Maria, for the time and the energy. And I definitely think we have the right person in your position. So thank you very much.
I look forward to the discussion, Maria. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
before we move on, would it be okay with you if the board invites MBCDC to attend, perhaps Jeff Feldman, who used to be a part of this board, to present to us at a future meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jeff is a neighbor of mine, and I would love to have him and as a representative of that board to speak to the issue.
And his wealth of knowledge is really incredible in this area.
Yeah, he happens to be also in the construction business, so that he can speak to costs. Sometimes the other aspect is we build affordable housing unaffordably. So that's another issue all into itself.
Thank you.
So would you like for this discussion item to come back in perhaps the April meeting?
Rogelio, let's you and I look at the agenda just to make sure it's not too full, but April could be the opportunity just to keep the conversation going, which I think is what Alex's point is, not to lose steam.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So with that, and again, thanks to Maria, let's move on to, let me see, I think we got new applications coming up. The first one would be the well, let me look at time. Hang on one second. What is our time? 10:30. Okay, let's go ahead and take Planning Board File 20-0415, which is the 520 Lakeview Court single family lot split modification.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. This is a modification to a lot split for 520 Lakeview Court. The original lot split was approved by the Planning Board on July 24, 2012. And the applicant, Deep Pockets LLC, is requesting to modify the conditions for the easternmost lot, which is called Lot 4, which is a 16,064 square foot lot. The original order required that the home on Lot 4 not exceed 5,445 square feet. That's approximately 33% of the lot area. The home that was built on the site, according to the applicant, has fallen into disrepair, and the owner is requesting to construct a new home And they're requesting that the home be 8,045 square feet, which is approximately 49.2% of the lot area. The maximum allowed unit size is 50% per the land development regulations. Typically, when we have a lot split, the board imposes conditions to reduce the maximum unit size so that the home fits the context of the neighborhood. So, as I said, the lot split criteria requires staff to look at the scale of any proposed new construction to ensure that it's compatible with the as-built character of the surrounding community. So, to this end, staff did perform an analysis. We looked at the property appraiser's data for unit sizes for 14 properties along the same waterfront block and within the same zoning district, which in this case is RS3. The property appraisers, just for note, calculations are not exact with how the city calculates unit size, but it provides a good estimate. And then as part of our analysis, we provide an extra 20% to the unit size to take into account reasonable considerations for additions, renovations, whatever the case may be for the community. So with our updated analysis that we've done, it shows that the average is about 38% for the neighborhood. That's about 4% larger than what the 2012 analysis demonstrated. It's likely due to recent additions, new homes that may have been constructed in the area. So staff does recommend that the unit size be increased to 38% or 6,104 square feet. One positive impact of this to the neighborhood would be that since the original home was built, the city has increased the side setbacks. So the original side setbacks were 7.5 feet, and that has been increased to 10 feet. So any new home that would be constructed on the site would have to comply with the larger setback. So with that, staff recommends that you approve the lot splits subject to the conditions in the draft order. I believe the applicant has a presentation and some letter of supports from their neighbor for the increase that were included in the file. And so that concludes my presentation.
Nick, you want to get some disclosures on this one before we do anything up on the board?
Yes, sir. So let me start by swearing in any members of the applicant's team who will be testifying. So can you state on record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. And then for our board members, do any board members, aside from the written correspondence that's been forwarded to the board and that staff has posted to the Novus agenda, do any board members have any ex parte communications that they'd like to disclose on this application?
None.
I had a phone call with Michael Larkin and Matthew Amster about this project.
This is Mark. I did also. I was contacted by Matt and Michael, and I discussed it with Michael.
I know Michael, but I was not briefed on the item.
Anyone else? Okay, in that case, Mr. Chairman, I think we can turn it over to the applicant. And I'll set my clock at 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Nick, board members, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here is the applicant, Donald Kasdan, along with our architect, Ralph Choip, my partner, Matthew Amster, and my associate, Bobby Behar. As staff described to you all, this property is an irregular, wedge-shaped waterfront lot, one of only a handful of secluded properties in what's called Lakeview Court, one of the few cul-de-sacs in our city that separates them from Lakeview Drive. We're seeking modification of a lot split approval dating to 2012 to remove the unit size restriction on the property. It might seem strange for a new owner to ask for the change now with a home built in 2016, but unfortunately this home has significant structural defects and is plagued with extensive water damage and black mold. It makes it essentially uninhabitable, and the city just last week issued an unsafe structure order. So it takes an extraordinary effort to fix, and it's easier for this applicant to start over. So from this perspective, the owner is reevaluating the buildable area. And here are some key points to consider. Even in this short period, the average home size has grown, and the home size of the two adjacent homes is 0.5, which is the max unit area. Importantly, as Rogelio described to you all, a number of code changes have come into effect that greatly reduce the impact of scale and massing of these new homes. Back in 2012, the single family regulations were much more liberal, giving rise to a series of very large homes, but since then the City Commission has acted on multiple occasions to restrict the size of new homes, especially with regard to side yard setbacks, front setbacks for the first story and second story. For these reasons, I believe a new look at this prior restriction is definitely warranted. Based on all this information, include that adherence to today's code regulations will ensure that a new home is compatible with the surrounding area. As such, we request a release from the prior size restriction. One important barometer of whether you all should do that is, do you have neighbor support? Has the applicant done a good job reaching out to the neighbors? One of our neighbors is the Rubel family, as you all know, a famous family here in Miami, and they have issued a letter of support for this application. The other neighbor to the other side has not issued a letter of support, but we've been in constant contact, and he is in support of this application. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to my partner, Matt Amster. He might run you through a quick PowerPoint presentation, followed by Ralph.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, PJ, if you could call up the presentation. Oh, thank you. And go to the next slide, which shows the neighborhood context, and that sort of little peninsula there in the middle of the right photo is our neighborhood. And that's where, again, although there's a context average size for many of these waterfront lots, it's very important to take in also to factor in the context of the adjacent properties, especially the one that's to the north. And as Michael mentioned, we have that neighbor and the one to the south, the most potentially impacted neighbors, have voiced support. I want to turn it over to Ralph because he's going to talk to you about the neighborhood context with some drawings to show massing and the damage that exists at the home, and then briefly go through the proposed design, which is a 49% unit size.
Matt, could I ask you something? Did the previous home that was just there and they want to demolish, that was just built in 2016?
Yes.
Yes, it was, and I know it does seem a bit odd to come back at this point, but there was structural defects that have led to extensive water damage and black mold. It's really uninhabitable, and it's the new owner is basically just taking another look at this because it's practically easier to start over. And then due to these change in circumstances, that's why we're revisiting the unit size, right? The home context has increased over time, and then the code, which was very loose in the past, and now has significant restrictions to centralize with larger setbacks, right? The massing to the interior of the property. And Ralph will be able to show that.
Have they engaged the same architect and builder for this new home?
Different architect.
Same builder?
It will be a different builder and a different architect, David.
And also, David, it's a different owner too.
Okay.
So all no new players here, taking a new look at this.
Is there pending?
Why don't you go to the?
Is there pending litigation on this 2016 home?
Yes, there is.
Okay, figured. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right.
No, appreciate it. Ralph, do you want to? We can go to the next, probably 2 slides. I think next is like the survey.
I'd like to start with 8.03, please. 0.3, sorry.
Can't hear you, Ralph.
You sound far.
I unmuted myself.
There's an echo. There's an echo.
Can you talk differently, Ralph? Is there a mic that's more available to you or something?
No.
Okay. All right.
Please move forward 3. I think it's 3 pages.
0.3, please. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Thank you. All right. So let me give you a little story about this house. These 2 lots that were eventually split. This one lot that was eventually split. Were split for the sole reason of doing a spec home. And I think the planning board became very weary, 2 spec homes actually. And this property was bought by my client, and he's an end user. This is not a spec home. This is being designed for a completely different reason, with a different program, and it's for my client and his family. He has children, has a wife. And the new residence was designed to meet the 10-foot side setback criteria. So what you see here is, well, I'm sorry, let me go back a little bit. So my client comes to me and buys this house and says, I'd like to renovate it and add to it so it could meet my family's needs. As time went on, we discovered leaks inside the house, and they were getting more and more prevalent. And because of these leaks, they caused structural damage and mold to the house. If you could go to the next slide, please. And you start seeing some of the rot, and you start seeing some of the steel being exposed in the concrete to the point that the actual structure, even below, got damaged. Can I have the next slide, please? And now you start seeing the water damage inside the house. You start seeing a steel beam on the floor that's all rusted. Also supports that are rusted. And so at that point, we brought in a GC, and we all made the decision that this house was too much in disrepair to salvage. And we made the suggestion to tear it down and start all over again. So we also come to understand that the neighbor to our south, which is Hassan Whiteside's house, has started taking on leak problems as well, and that was the same builder and the same contractor. Okay, so now if we can go to G1.1. Here's another one. I'm sorry, go back to the other one. So now you start seeing some steel beams below, also taking on damage and damaging the foundation. Okay, now we can go to G1.1. They're the last pages, so you can scroll all the way down. Okay, so this is what we propose on building. Whereas you have a 3-car garage and you are led in by a water cascade, water wall, you're walking up and underneath the second floor structure into an open court that also has one side completely open, and then into the main house, whereas the living areas are located. This shows the materials which we plan on doing. Go to the next slide, please. And here's a better view of what the front entry looks like. Next slide. Again, we think this is a major upgrade from what was constructed and was existing on this residence, on this property. Next slide, please. So this is the rear of the home, and we're elevating it to FEMA +5, and we're staying with a 24-foot height. And we're making the transition from the pool deck down to the level of grade using a water wall and infinity edge on the pool. It be enjoyed not only by the people or the residents of the house, but also boaters on Surprise Lake and the people across the lake. Next slide, please. Okay, and that is just another view. This is just another view of it. Giving you a more clear view, the mix of materials, the shapes of the house, and the simplicity. Now, if we can go to A3.2 and 3.3, please. Okay. So this shows you color elevations, the front and the rear you've seen, but the more important one is the one on the side, A3.3. And you've seen one side of it, which has a tremendous amount of movement, and for A3.3.
Ralph, you have 2 minutes remaining.
And then you see the southwest elevation. You see this northeast elevation. We've also provided a tremendous amount of fenestration and movement as well. If you go to the massing studies on A0.10,
that's like the 4th page of the whole set. And as you're getting there on that northeast elevation, which faces the neighbor, which is shown here in blue to the north, we do have an additional open space waiver. It's a typical design-oriented request that the DRB hears regularly. Continue, Ralph.
So the neighbor to the north, which is Rubel, and you'll see it depicted in the blue on the right-hand side, that's a residence that exceeds 15,000 square feet and about a 50% lot coverage. And if you look at the axonometric of our homes versus the home to the side, you'll see there is a consistency between all of them. And then if you look at A01.1, the next sheet, you'll see that on the left-hand side, the yellow axonometric is the front massing. We're removing that front massing. We're stepping the house back quite a bit, and you'll see that that second-story portion doesn't start for 56 feet from the front property line, and the portion of the residence that forms that two-story portion that you walk under is 56 and another 29. So you're looking at about 88 feet from the front property. So we are alleviating a lot of the massing from the front of the residence. I don't know that if you guys want to see the floor plans or walk me through them. I'll be glad to do that if you want me to, but in order to cut this presentation short,
I'd like to see some elevations of the front of the houses next to this particular house. Do you have any?
We should have context elevations in our drawings. If you look at which sheet is the context elevations?
Mr. Chairman, how much time would you like to?
I don't know that we submitted context elevations in this, and I think we were supposed to. They should have a printout.
Okay, I like to
out in what we submitted to you.
1 second, Ralph. I'd like to allow them enough time to answer David's question, and then let's wrap them up.
Okay.
Okay. No, I don't know that we have context elevations. I can tell you that the house to the south of us looks almost identical to what you see in this slide on the upper left-hand corner, because these homes were built and they look almost identical to each other. In the Rubel residence, again, it's 15,000 square feet. It's pretty large. We don't have any photos of it. Currently, there's a lot of shrubbery in front, so it's very hard to see as well. So that's the answer, David.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a look in from my own eyes of the contextuality of the property. What did you say the setbacks were on the sides?
The original residence was built under another code, and there were setbacks 7 feet 6 inches on each side. We designed this to meet the new code, so our setbacks are 10 feet on each side.
And 10 feet front, and the houses adjacent are another 10 or 7 feet from the.
Are 7.5 feet. The one on the south, I can tell you is 7.5 feet. The Rubel house, I can't tell you for sure what that is. It's either 7.5 or 10. One of the two.
So you're talking about probably 17, something like that, feet between the houses.
Between 17.6 and 20 feet.
And what's the setback from the front again?
The setback to the front garage structure is 30 feet 2 inches. Then that's a one-story structure for another 26 feet 6 inches, which is 56 feet 8 inches. And then the two-story portion starts at that 56 feet 6 inches. And then you'll see another dimension, 29 feet 2 inches. And that's where that portion of the second floor kind of crosses over the site, and you walk underneath it to get into the open courtyard, which you see on the axonometric that takes you to the main residence.
Okay, well, thank you.
That two-story portion that cuts across is again about 88 feet from the front.
The design seems very attractive, especially with the overhanging eaves, kind of a Frank Lloyd Wright look in with those sort of like Falling Water, where you see those large overhangs. What's the architectural terminology for that slab that hangs out further than an eave?
Cantilever?
Cantilever, yes, cantilevers, yeah. Okay, well, thank you. I think it's a nice design. There seems to have been a different configuration with one house there, so there was a much larger lot space between those houses, but that the contextuality doesn't seem, from where I sit, although I haven't seen the front elevations, I would be more comfortable if I did, the context elevations. It seems contextual, although I'm just wondering about the massing.
Well, David, one advantage here is that on this cul-de-sac, these are pie-shaped lots. So it's very hard to overwhelm the street when you have such a narrow front on the street. And you combine that narrow front with extensive setbacks, not only for the one-story portion of our home, but for the two-story. When you add all that up, it's really impossible to overwhelm the street. These are not like typical rectangular lots that rest of Lakeview. This is a strange condition.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael.
Can I ask a quick question about this slide, Michael and Ralph? It says here the existing residence in yellow. The existing unit size is 52.4%. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. That's not a correct number.
Well, what is it? What is it currently?
The existing unit size is 33%.
33. So you want to, yes, and you're looking to increase the unit size from 33
right.
to
40. What the story is, Nick, is that when this is one property, this is the lot to the south of it, was presented in front of the planning board. It was for a developer who wanted to build these two homes for spec and sell them. I think the board got very leery of that, frankly, and kind of penalized this person. My client came along with the intention of renovating this existing house and adding to it to meet his family's needs. That was found to be impossible once all the damage was discovered. It was very poorly constructed, and that's where we stand right now. He wants a house that meets the standards for his family and himself. This is an end user. It is not a spec home.
You see, and when this lot, remind me the year of the previous lot split. This was 2012.
Correct, 2012.
And so staff at the time was comfortable with a 33% unit size based on contextuality. Is that right?
Correct.
And Tom or Rogelio, now you've revised that in the staff record. You're comfortable with a larger number, correct?
Correct. We looked at the numbers again, and the homes in the area have grown, so we recommended a 38%.
Okay. So so the decision to demo is not only based on the damage of the existing structure, but the potential to increase the footprint and rethink the thing.
Well, the idea, Nick, was actually to increase the footprint using the existing structure and renovating the existing structure, and not having to go through the expense of a brand new residence, and we found that to be impossible. So when that was really impossible to do because of the damage to the house, we designed the new residence to meet the new code as we had to.
Okay, yeah, I'll reserve my comments till after.
So Ralph, I want to ask a question. This is Mark. If this lot was not ever subject to the lot split, and it was just a lot that was in Miami Beach, what would you be allowed building there?
We would be allowed to build what we're building right now, actually, because this conforms to the code for the unit size and the lot coverage and the height. for this type of property. We're not exceeding the 24 feet that's allowed.
Okay, so really what you're doing is you were stuck with the 38 from the last go around during the lot split.
It was 33% last time, Mark. So
right. Okay. 33. Right. I know it's a huge increase. I understand, but things have changed, I guess, in Miami Beach with the massings.
Yeah. Yeah. Not necessarily for the better.
I know that I know that the houses there. I'm familiar with the Rebel house and the other house, and they're large houses. They're taking 50% of their 50%, those houses, and it's interesting with those pie lots. You don't really feel it so much in the back. You see it, but when by boat you see it, but in the front you really kind of don't.
We're actually quite proud of this design. We feel that it's really an upgrade to what was existing on this property before. Major upgrade.
And just to chime in, the percentage there listed here for this yellow, it's actually just the property appraiser's adjusted square footage, but unit size, it's actually 33.9% is what it is as per that prior restriction. And although we don't have it in our presentation here, we do have context photos in our submittal. It is in the proposed part 1. Sheets A08 and 09 at the bottom do show photos of the existing, so that you can see again the neighbors in this little Lakeview Court Peninsula area.
Well, why haven't we received those if it were part of your presentation?
It was part of our application, so the documents online contain that. We streamlined that for this presentation. Didn't mean to inadvertently leave it out, just we're pressed for time, so we created a subset that's our presentation that we're digitally showing you here. But we do have those in there if you can access those to take a look.
Not a problem.
That'll show you the Rebel home and these two homes as well.
I haven't been able to access that on my device.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Alex.
Oh, okay. I want to thank the applicant for their presentation, and it certainly is an interesting presentation. I don't think it's very often that we have the newest home on the street coming before us for an application like this. I have a question for staff. I see that in the analysis, staff indicates here that the average unit size is 38%?
The average unit size plus a 20% allowance for additions and renovations. And the average unit size as it stands today would be 33%.
33%. And this is, that number is based on the analysis parcels data on page 14 of the analysis?
That's correct.
Okay, so I noticed there that 528 Lakeview Court, which is lot number 3 of the final order approved back in 2012, in your analysis, which you used to base that 33% number on, has a square footage of 7,576 square feet. Yet in the final order from 2012, that lot was not to exceed 5,521 square feet. Was there an error in the analysis, or is that correct information?
So as noted in the analysis, we're using the property appraiser's data, and they don't calculate unit size the same way we do. There's certain things that we exclude that they add, and there's certain things that they add that we exclude. So they're not identical. It's to provide us a good idea of what's there.
But the property appraiser has an area of 5,406 square feet.
Right. They may be counting the garage and some other things that we exclude.
Okay. All right. And so I just want to make sure I understand this properly. If neighbors are not objecting, it's very hard to go against something if neighbors are not objecting. If someone bought this property for it to be their home, and the neighbors, those who are impacted by it, are not objecting, then, it's hard to say no to something. But my problem is when we enter into a public discussion, and, in 2012, we enter into an agreement that says that a property is not going to exceed a certain square footage. And then now in 2021, we're going back and we're changing that. Well, let's remember that back then, the concern was the scale, the massing, the height of what was being proposed on this property. Okay, and this is the newest home that has been built on that street. And so I don't know if today this construction, what's being proposed, would be more in scale with the massing, with the height, or the scale of that neighborhood. That's the concern that we have. I don't know if we're dealing today with different circumstances than what this planning board was dealing with in 2012. And so that's what is bothering me here a little bit. That's my concern here. So I'm open to listen from the applicant to see if conditions have changed in the neighborhood. Michael, I don't know if you have information on that that can help guide our decision.
Yes, sir.
One second, Michael, before you answer that, let me just see if there's anyone from the public waiting to speak on the item before you. Go ahead, Michael. Having seen none, let's continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Alex, for the opportunity.
Good to hear you, Michael.
Good to hear you and see you. We've had the benefit and maybe the negative consequences of being perennially one of the world's hot spots and one of the best places to live. And as you all know, that has accelerated in the last year with everyone, the hedge fund guys, all coming from New York, Chicago, LA, and they're coming here and they're fueling a boom in the single family market. Well, that boom was present back in 2012. But the challenge back then is that, and the city's staff at the planning part was excellent as they try to keep up with a surging home market and try to make new construction be contextual and coexist with our beautiful array of all these pre-42 homes. But back then, they had less tools in their toolbox. And so what they did on the occasion where there was a lot split, without the benefit of today's stricter regulations, they would impose harsher unit size restrictions, sometimes lot coverage, but mostly unit size restrictions, because unit size gets to the heart of the matter, because unit size controls the volume of a home. Flash forward to 2021, and the city commission has put many more tools in their toolbox that help shape the design of the homes. Of particular importance are the increased side yard setbacks that we have discussed earlier, and the front setback for 1 story and for the 2-story portion. So now the footprint of the home and the envelope in which you build is much more heavily restricted. So that's one of the change in circumstances. And the other, even in Lakeview neighborhood, which you all might think is a quiet neighborhood, in fact, there's a lot of development activity there and a lot of newer homes are being built. And these homes, of course, are at the maximum unit area of 0.5. So based on those two change circumstances and the unique pie-shaped character of this property, because even the Rubel home is a beautiful home, but you don't perceive it from the street, and it's very large. It's probably almost double in size to our home. And it's these change circumstances that I think should give you all some comfort and removing the unit size restriction or replacing it, what we're proposing at 49.1%. I hope that gives you some more insight into this, Alex.
I'm just, I'm noting that one house on the street is 27%. The other house is 24% of unit size. And then I guess the Rebel house is, I guess that would be 510, is at 46%. Doesn't quite reach this threshold. I guess this would be, back in 2012, I think what was being asked for was 8,600 square feet. Now you're asking for 8,045 square feet. And again, I know this is the newest home constructed in the neighborhood. And so if back then it seemed out of scale and overwhelming with the size of the lots, I don't know if it's any different today than what it was in 2012. But I'll listen to my colleagues, and thank you, Michael, for your answer and for your presentation.
Hey, Alex, this is Ralph Choa. If I could add something to it. Thank you for your comments, by the way.
Of course.
The homes that you see in the 20-some-odd% range were built in another time, in another place. They are not modern homes. They're not the homes that fit today's market. And that's why you see them like that. Eventually, they will be torn down and new homes will be put up in their place. So when you see these homes with the lower percentages, it tells you this is an older home built in another time with another purpose in another place.
But Ralph, isn't, for example, you mentioned the 27% home. That 27% home is 544 Lakeview. That was the home rebuilt in 2010 by Andy Greenwald. And so I get what you're saying, that perhaps the original structure at one point may have been, I don't know, the original structure may have been built in another time, but they've also been rebuilt over time by people of significance, who have made important contributions like Andy Greenwald.
I'll give you a little history on Andy Greenwald's house there. That is a that's a one-story true mid-century home. And she wanted to keep the mid-century home character. And she added very little. And she completely gutted the house and renovated it. But she kept the true mid-century character of the project. Some developers develop for the art of it. And some developers develop just strictly for the money of it. And Andy is one of those that has a great passion, and she wanted to keep the mid-century character of that home, and that's why you see it where it is.
Right. Thank you, Ralph. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, our client has asked that if he could just address the board for a couple of minutes. He feels that it's important, and I do too.
Yeah, we can allow it, Michael. We'll give him, let's give him 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you all promote Donald Caston, please?
And Michael, have I already sworn in Mr. Caston?
No, you haven't, Nick. Let's just swear him in.
I believe I'm unmuted. I'm not sure. This is Donald Caston. Thank you.
Go ahead, Donald.
Does he need to swear me in?
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. A quick history on this house. The reason for the purchase. We're living in Brickell. I have a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old that go to Miami Country. I have an office in North Miami Beach as well. I moved to the neighborhood because it is quiet so my kids can ride their bikes. And there's a Miami Country bus stop behind it. Literally had the keys for about 45 days. There is pending litigation on the property that was not disclosed to me at the time of purchase, nor was the lot split order either. I did not find that out until I had spoken to Ralph about connecting the garage to the house. So that way, every time we bring something in, we wouldn't get covered in the rainy days of the summer. This was never my intention to replace this house. So we're all clear. I wanted to make that one very clear. This is kind of spiraled out of control, which is why I have Michael and Ralph and Matthew and everybody else at this point. And I'm trying to find which way is up. I currently live on Hibiscus, and I understand what you guys are saying. And I'm looking at 5 or 6 different homes right now that are literally on top of each other to where you can't get down the street. My house, my neighbor's house is on to, if you're looking at the right, my own employees have actually gone to the wrong door because they don't know which house is which. They are legitimately identical. I don't know where the 5400s come from. Based on my insurance company, we're well over 6,000 square feet. So the numbers are very different every which way. All I honestly am trying to do is find a house for me and my family at this point. You know, I listened to an hour and change of the economic growth. I have 30 plus employees here in the city that make well over $70,000. You know, I'm looking at moving the rest of my business here. I operate a payment processing bank out of Europe. Honestly, I just want a home. And it's not that I want 8,000 square feet or need 8,000 square feet. It's really just to make sure that I know what I can fit on this property. So I can go back to Ralph and say, Ralph, this is what we can fit. I'm not saying we're going to use 49.999 or the whole 50. It's really just to make sure that my kids' bedrooms have a desk in them. I mean, I've looked at all these different properties. I live in one of Ralph's homes right now, and the desks fit. You know, as much as the kids go to school, I just want room for everybody. You know, I have other properties here in town as well. My mother lives down the street at 10 Venetian. We're trying to reduce stuff right now as we speak for her. You know, I just wanted to speak just so you guys knew this wasn't just, you know, to turn around and tear this down. You know, I had to move again in the pandemic. I mean, it's been definitely a trying event. So at this point, really, it's not that it's Ralph's design or anybody's design at this point. I just want to make sure I can fit something there. You know, the 3-car garage thing, I'm giving up room for that, which is quite a bit. I have toys. We've got bicycles. I like my cars, and I like my kids to stay off them as much as possible. But if anybody has any questions for me, you know, that's the only reason I wanted to speak.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Kasdan. Tanya Batt, please go ahead, board member.
Mr. Kasdan, I appreciate your frustration in trying to find a place that's comfortable for everybody. I have a couple of questions, however. You know, leading up to, in the early 2010s up to, you know, 2015, 2016, we saw a proliferation of enormous houses being built lot line to lot line, and legislation was finally enacted that would help mitigate some of that mushrooming. I don't know what else to call it, but, you know, filling every available space. And I understand that people are looking for enough space to live in the manner to which they are accustomed. But it seems to me that even though homes that predate the existence of this proposed home and even predate the existence of the home that currently sits on the lot, even though those are bigger, if the regulations have been put in place to protect from the mushrooming of home sizes, that they should be respected and honored and not circumvented. I don't pretend to need 8,000 square feet for a home. I have 2 kids who have their own bedrooms and comfortably sized bedrooms with large desks in them as well. I have a guest room. I have plenty of space, and I live in a much smaller home. And you know, I wouldn't need to be in an 8,000 square foot home, and I'm sure the Kasdan family wouldn't want to be in a home of my size. But I'm just saying that, you know, it seems like there is plenty of home that can be built while still adhering to the existing regulations that were put there for a very serious, significant, and important reason. And I do like the design. I think it's attractive. I do think it falls along the falling water reference that David made, but that's not necessarily going to go away if you just keep the size, the overall constructed size, within the parameters set out by the ordinance currently on the books. And I appreciate the desire to have a final ruling, a final set of guidance on what can or cannot be made, and then be able to adjust accordingly. So I would submit that should be in line with what is the prevalence in that neighborhood and is on the books for particular and good reason, and does not then set a precedent of throwing those regulations and guidance out into the trash. So I think you can have a beautiful, very large, beautifully situated home that still falls within the guidelines as currently written, and does not then set a precedent for other people in other parts of the city to try to do the same and circumnavigate the intentions of the ordinances.
I'd like to add that I'm not really comfortable until I see context elevations from the street. I understand Michael's very intelligent argument about the idea that it's a pie-shaped house, and you don't see it. You do see it from the water, and the house is huge. So I'd like to see some different elevations before we vote on this issue.
Nick, go ahead.
Yeah. To me, this case is kind of purely procedural. And to David's point, the neighbor's house could be built at 50% of the lot size, right? So what they're asking is to build a house that would match what any other lot that did not go through a lot split could be. So for Tanya and Alex, I don't know if you're familiar with this. We have had lot splits come to the planning board. I always assumed lot splits would be fairly straightforward. And my first one, I didn't realize that we placed, typically when we grant them, we approve whatever the massing is, and saying you cannot even seek waivers moving forward from the other review boards. I've kind of changed. I feel like we can allow the applicants to still seek a waiver from the design review board, because we have that board in the position to review that if it merits that consideration. I know the guy who used to sit next to me, Mark Milland, he opposes those still, I believe. But it's a real procedural thing where if this lot had not been split, if these were originally platted lots, they could build at 50% unit size, basically what they're asking to do now. But because it had gone through the lot split, they were initially constrained to 33.9%. Now staff feels 38% is allowable. I mean, it's a really tricky issue for me. One, the owner seemed to suggest he wasn't even aware that there had been a lot split and therefore a limitation on what he might build in the future. Let me ask the staff, how are these things noticed? I mean, is this an issue where lot splits, it's difficult to know? I could imagine you would look at a lot, you do your property search. Does it list that there had been a historic lot split there when somebody buys a property?
We would record the order on the lots, and so when they're doing a title search or just going to the Miami-Dade County Clerk of Courts website, they can pull up any record recorded on that property, and they would see the lot split and all of the conditions that were tied to it.
And to follow up on this a little bit, so they went through the process. They built the house, and the restriction. I mean, I guess what we're being asked to do now is kind of revisit a lot split application at the moment, right? Even though it's already split, because they're asking for an increase in what we allow them to build based on that lot split. Is there a precedent? Maybe this question to Rogelio and to Tom. Have we done this before where we've granted a lot split? Staff has said, based on the context study, 33% of what we'll allow. Have we ever as a board said, yes, but we're still going to allow them to do 50%? I'm just curious about the precedent in this case.
Nick, I think I can answer that because it happened on one of my properties, 310 and 320 South Hibiscus, where the planning board restricted the square footage on the properties when they had a lot split, and yet when my owner bought it, he wanted to build residences on it, and they reversed themselves and gave us full, and the lots were never split.
Hey, Nick.
All right,
it's Tom. Let me try to answer that this way. The planning board has the authority to limit the unit size and lot coverage pursuant to the request for the lot split, which the planning board did a couple of years ago when you approved this lot split. Likewise, you have the authority to amend those conditions that were previously imposed. In this particular instance, the applicant is requesting that the unit size be allowed to be increased to up to, I believe, 49.1%. Our recommendation would be that an increase be permitted, but not nearly that high. We're recommending a lower number. And so you do have the authority to allow for a different number than what staff has recommended. You could go as high as the applicant is requesting. You could do something lower. You could keep it as it is. That's completely at your discretion. And each one of these is looked at on a case-by-case basis because every neighborhood is different and the makeup of every neighborhood is different in terms of the corresponding unit sizes and lot coverage numbers that make up that context. It's something that does have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
It's just interesting to me that if this had not been split and purchased, they could just develop by right 50%, regardless of context, right? That's just the right of the property owner. And it seems like if it is the procedure, to limit it based on context on lot splits, I don't know. I'm not sure where we fall here or how we end. If we are to just disregard that process, I'm curious if we've done that in the past.
Tom,
what do you mean by done that in the past?
Like if we've done lot splits where we didn't impose a restriction on the square footage and just allowed the applicant to basically develop by right.
I think that it really depends upon the build context. If the build context of an area where the lot split is occurring, all the homes that are existing are at the maximum unit size of 50%, you probably would not impose a restriction like that. Mm-hmm. And staff probably wouldn't recommend it. There is a section of the code that does limit, it mandates a lower unit size and lot coverage if there's an existing pre-42 home on the site. So that's a strict code mandate. But other than that, there probably have been instances over the years or over the decades where the maximum unit size was allowed based upon the build context.
Because if we look at, sorry, Kareem, just to follow up, if we look at the comparative data, all the newer homes obviously are really built at 50%. They're kind of maxed out. It's those earlier homes built in an earlier time that don't take full advantage of that. But the trend now is to really maximize all the developable area.
Nick, if you yield, when you look at what was presented in 2012 when the lot split was done, as presented in our analysis, is that 50% was considered to be, and the concern at the time was that it would be overwhelming for that area. I'm not sure though if we got a clear answer from the administration or from the attorney's office whether, notwithstanding the limitations put in place at the time on the final order for the lot split, has there been precedent of the planning board amending a final order for a lot split that has been adopted in the past? Is there precedent for this?
I believe we have had some amendments to orders for a lot split. I don't recall if they increased the unit size. I do recall one where they got rid of a no variance provision that was in the order, and the applicant had an issue and absolutely needed a variance, and so they came back to the planning board, and the planning board removed the no variance provision. I don't recall any that asked for increasing the unit size, but that doesn't mean that it's not possible.
And that's my question. There's precedent on that, and as you mentioned, these are recorded with the with the clerk's office as part of the public records.
Well,
and
that's a different practice. You know, I can't say that practice was engaged in back in 2012. Certainly now the department does it to ensure that all the orders are recorded. But
I think we're getting lost in the weeds here. What we're seeing throughout Miami Beach is an incremental increase in house sizes that are using houses that were already overbuilt as a predicate for them wanting even bigger houses and more lot coverage. So while this presentation is very artful, I still haven't seen the contextuality and the massing, and I'm not particularly enthusiastic about this incremental size of the increase of these houses. I think we have to take a step back and try to prevent this phenomenon. I mean, I live in a house of 2,500 square feet. It's on the bay. It was built in 1952. The house next door to me was ripped down, and now it looks like I have a personal storage warehouse next door. So, these things it's just a slippery slope, and just it makes me very uncomfortable.
David, if I may regain the floor through the chair, I just wanted to finalize just one final question that I had, which was for the attorney. And I guess it kind of piggybacks on what Michael was saying. The practice is now to record these. Was it the practice previously of the city to record these? And if so, are these covenants running with the land, or are these orders running with the land?
Back then, the orders required that the applicant record the document and then provide proof of the recording. So that would have been a requirement back then. Now we have taken on that responsibility ourselves just to make sure that happens correctly. But back then, they would have been recorded by the applicant.
And to the city attorney, do these run with the land?
Sorry?
They would, yeah. And especially if the development that was proposed and approved pursuant to the order, if that development occurred, then that order remains in effect. So it would still apply. The one point I wanted to make is whether or not there's precedent for an applicant coming in and seeking the exact same change as what this applicant is seeking is not really legally relevant. It may be relevant from a background standpoint, but as the legal matter, a property owner has a right to submit an application, whether it be for new construction, whether it be to modify a prior approval, and assuming that all the requirements are met and the application's allowed to proceed to hearing, the board's required to review it under the criteria. In this case, the criteria applicable to lot splits. And ultimately, the board's decision must be submitted. Whatever the decision is, must be supported by competent substantial evidence. But there is nothing prohibiting an applicant under any circumstances from applying to modify a previously granted approval.
Thank you.
So let me ask the question, Nick, Tom, Rogelio. And maybe the answer is in the code specifically, but what I'm hearing to my ear and the way I am processing this is that when we take up these lot splits, the code is directing us to look at consistency, scale, size, but in the context of the neighborhood. Is that correct, or is there more specific language that is in the code?
In this case, that's correct. We're relying on the criteria. We're not relying on any specific code requirement that mandates a specific number. We're just looking at the context and making that judgment call based on the context of the neighborhood. It's not a precise number. If there were a pre-42 home, as Tom suggested, it would have a limit of 40%. That's the fixed number in the code. In this case, it's really up to the board to make that determination.
And Kareem, I think when we've done some of these lately, I don't think that what we were concerned about is that the resulting lots were consistent with the existing code, right? That's what we were dealing with. And I think that philosophically, there probably was a different philosophy back then saying this is an opportunity to downzone properties, which, we haven't taken up that philosophy for ours. And there's no requirement that we downzone to in connection with a lot split. So all our current lot splits, the only thing we're concerned about is, does this lot result in a lot that's allowable, or does the building, is it allowable under the resulting lot size after the split?
Absolutely, and I agree, and that's why I asked the question about the consistency and the context. Well, let me stop there.
Well, so just a couple of things, Mr. Chairman. So, as Mr. Pillars was saying, this is not a land development regulation we're seeking to modify. This is a sole condition set forth in the Development Review Board order that was granted by this board, but back in 2012. And one of the circumstances that you all look at to see, well, is any type of modification warranted? Well, have things changed? And again, the development regulations for single family homes have changed and gotten more strict. So that gives you all more comfort with regard to that. And the size of new homes in this neighborhood has grown in the years since 2012. And more importantly, it's ambiguous to me whether we would actually have to go to the DRB to get approval for the new home, because that requirement was not in the code back in 2012, but we are voluntarily proffering that we will go to the DRB and seek the DRB's guidance and its critiques for any new home that we would propose. We are proposing a 49.1% unit area, but we're willing, of course, to drop that to 45%. We think that's a reasonable concession we can make. And the most important thing I can tell you is that when Donald walked the neighborhood and talked to his neighbors, Jason Rubel is very much in support of this. And, he is our immediate neighbor. And that tells you a lot when the applicant goes out and does his own type of outreach. He really wants to live here. He does want a home that's slightly larger than what the 2012 order approved. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, and Michael, I appreciate those comments, and I'm not sure how to deal with this one in particular. I'm making up my mind. I mean, it just strikes me, and it doesn't necessarily, for me, have anything to do with whether or not I'm going to support or not the item. But even Mr. Kasdan's comments, I don't know that they help me, and I just want to put that on the record, because if we have recorded documents and, buying property is typically through a title agent. I mean, I just want to let you know, Michael, that didn't help me at all. So I wanted to just share that with you, sir. But I'm going to stop there because I don't want to go down a rabbit's hole that is not the point of the case.
Kareem, I would just add, I'm pretty familiar with this neighborhood and this street in particular. And that if you look at the plan, it kind of bumps out there. And those homes are much bigger than the surrounding smaller Lakeview homes, the ones on the water. They're much larger lots. So, I wonder, I'm looking at the comparison chart, and it looks like when this was originally split, it was into lot 528 and 520. But it shows 528 Lakeview Court is at 50%. Or 43% at the moment. Were they not restricted to the 33% at the time when this was split? Or am I misinterpreting that somehow? Weren't both lots supposed to be 33%?
The lot 3 was supposed to be.
It says built 2014. 43% is the unit size.
Nick, and that was the point, I'm sorry, that I was making earlier, that the unit size that was placed there, I'm not sure that's correct or incorrect, because that would then in turn also influence the staff analysis on the average unit size of 38%.
So let me clarify on that. The property appraiser's data includes additional areas that we do not count as the unit size. So the numbers that we provide there are actually to the applicant's favor. They actually are larger than what we would count as unit size. The property appraiser counts outdoor covered areas such as loggias, covered patios, and non-air conditioned garages. Those are things that we exclude from the unit size. And so that would result in us provide, if we were to use our unit size number for this calculation, we would have a smaller number. But we don't have that data tabulated.
Yeah.
So we rely on the property appraiser's data just to be able to get that estimate. Otherwise, we'd have to pull each building permit and do the calculations, and
I remember you said that to Alex, and I apologize for it. A quick observation. Again, if this hadn't gone through the lot split, this wouldn't even be coming to us. They could, build 49.1%, and like it or not, it would be allowable by right. Mike, I just have a few questions for the board, for our colleagues. I'm comfortable, with a little bit less than what's allowable given the history of the site. We're sort of mandated to look at it through the lens that this went through a lot split. But my understanding is that these unit size constraints that result from a lot split are, they're permanently associated with the property. So, if we allow, this is why I asked the question about precedent. I mean, if we allow a larger allowable area, do we think it's a problem? Maybe it's not a problem at all. If past lot split applicants come to us to consider additions to what's there, or new construction with larger areas. Is that a concern? Maybe a question for Tom and Rogelio. Do you have any concern about that? Or is it that the context has changed and maybe that is an appropriate measure?
I'd be in favor of a 40% limitation on the size of the house.
To answer your question, I don't think there would be a precedent set. Each situation has its own facts, has its own context, its own issues, and that we're going to be looking at and analyzing. So I don't think you would be setting a precedence by doing that.
I just wouldn't want to make ineffective this mechanism of putting a constraint on the size and then having owners say, all right, well, we'll build a 30% now, and then we'll come back in 5 years for our addition or whatever it is, like a phase 2 to the project.
Although Nick, since I've been on the board, we haven't done that, so maybe it was a different period of time when people were using that as a technique to try to downsize.
Yeah, I mean, listen, intuitively to me, the size of it seems fine, given that it is what is allowable by right, but because of the procedure and process, we're supposed to impose this restriction. I think it works with, what is there at the neighborhood. It is a narrow street front at this property, and I've even seen it from the other side of the water. They are larger. They tend to fan out towards the water. I think this is a responsible massing. But again, we're not the design review board either. I mean, we're just supposed to kind of look at the procedure of this thing. So and
Nick, and the people who are most affected by this are in favor of this project, which is pretty material. If Rebel said, no way, that'd be impactful on my decision or my thought process.
So Mark, are you comfortable with?
I would be comfortable with the 49.2. Which is less. It's still less than, not much less, but it's still less. It's within what would be allowable if this was just a lot that hadn't, by circumstance, gone through a lot split, 10 years ago or however long ago.
And are you concerned that if we hear future lot splits, they'll say, that we have a neighbor who's built at 50%, just let us do that also? That's my only concern.
Everyone's case by case is a slippery slope.
That's my concern as well.
Yeah, I understand, but this is what's before us now.
Yeah,
and so we have to deal with this. if it doesn't work in another property, this is a unique property too, because of the pie-shaped lot. It's and I am familiar with this street also, and the Rubel house is a massive house, right? But it doesn't really feel it.
Oh yeah,
it feels it in back.
Yeah,
you don't feel it in front.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Can I just ask a question about the lot split versus not lot split? I mean, at the end of the day, whether the house, and this is not particular to this case, but in general, the home that is being proposed on a piece of land, whether it's the original plotted land or a plot of land that has been split, becomes irrelevant because it is now whatever piece of land it's on, that's the size of the piece of land, and whether it was split and made that size or that was the originally platted size, it's irrelevant, I think. And if I'm wrong, I would love to be corrected on this so I can learn going forward. But it seems to me like the lot size is the lot size. How it got that way is irrelevant.
So Tanya, my thinking on it, and I know Rogelio was going to jump in, but I wanted to get ahead of him, just to say, I do think it has some bearing and to be considered, because I think it's about the question I asked about context, right? We don't have a specific directive that says that it needs to be mathematically this or that. And so from the standpoint of context, I think it is fair to consider that a house that could have existed here would be 16,000 square feet in total. And between the two houses on the now separated lot, you would be roughly 8,000, a little over 8,000 on each lot. And so if the adjacent home, let's say, is 8,000 square feet, you would have room, therefore, for this house to be 8,000 square feet at then said time. So I do think it merits some consideration. I hear you though, but I do think it has some context because we don't have a mathematical equation, and it's up to our discretion to look at it. Having said that, before Rogelio makes his statement, I am supportive of not over 49%.
With all due respect, Kareem, I don't agree with you on those two hypothetical, horns of the. I agree with Tanya on the idea that the house doesn't need to be that big, and there is a danger of increasing the sizes of the houses to a point where they're totally out of context with Miami Beach as a whole. I know each case is separately decided, but I am very uncomfortable with 49%, and so I'd be willing to accept a reduced size on this house that is in keeping with the other houses. I mean, just because the other house was humongous doesn't mean we have to have another one.
Yeah, and if I can just add one more, I actually called a former board member from, was on the planning board in the early 2000s, and I asked him about lot splits. And what he said is that initially, what you had was somebody buying a very large aggregation of lots, but that FAR was not maxed out. So you might have, 3 lots aggregated. But you basically had a house with a lot of outdoor area. You didn't max that out. So you weren't taking 16,000 and slicing it into 2 eighths. And so what they were concerned about is that somebody would buy a less dense house and then split it into 2 and make it more dense. And so that's why we're asked to sort of consider the context of what is around. And that's a little bit of the history of it. It's a little different now because people really are kind of maxing out what they can build. And, so with that in mind, I mean, I agree. I think given the context and proximity of this to its immediate neighbors, this seems to work fine. I'll just say that I like Ralph's approach to pushing the front mass back a little bit. Again, we're not the design review board, but I think that reduces the impact on the street, and it's done responsibly. And I would support that.
Right, and Nick, by the way, if this house was 2 over, right, and never went through a lot split, they'd be able to build this house.
I agree.
Right? Yeah. So it's just a circumstance right now that philosophically back then they were trying to downzone with lot splits, which we're not really doing anymore.
Right.
And they're building basically as is rights, but for a circumstance that happened that this was split at some point.
Yes, I agree.
Did I hear correctly from the applicant team that there was a willingness to drop down to 45%?
Yes, I never say anything that I don't mean. So,
Tommy, you're always a settler. You're always the one to create the side. I can see what you're.
Well, I think compromise is a good thing, and I think everybody walks away getting most of what they want and getting some of what they didn't want. So, in my ideal world, we'd be all the way down to 33%. In their ideal world, they'd be up to 49.1 plus %.
Well, Tanya, you're right. They'd be up to 75 in there.
Well, let's not. There'd be not a blade of grass to be had. But be that as it may, so if there's an offer on the table to come in at 45, and the planning board is recommending 39, maybe we can find a happy compromise between those two numbers, where you still get a big, beautiful house pursuant to any comments the DRB may have, but with room to maneuver, and it's not as overwhelming as the houses to its north and south are because they predate this home, and everyone goes away feeling reasonably satisfied.
Michael, will you go to 40%?
My original offer to try to forward to compromise to get to the 5-vote threshold was a drop from 49.1% to 45%. I think that's a reasonable concession. I would ask that you all just consider that and think of it in terms of like hundreds of square feet, because it's not like opening the floodgates to a home that's 15,000, 20,000 square feet. We're talking about percentages, but these percentages actually equate to hundreds of square feet. It could be 1 bedroom or bedroom and a half, which is very meaningful to the applicant.
Michael, Ralph, in this case, we would be dropping from 8,000 and change down to 7,367. So we'd be dropping about 700 square feet.
So, the percentage, thank you, Ralph. So the percentage, if you're talking about a giant estate on North Bay Road, is not going to be harmful to the owner. But, when you go from 49 to 45% dealing with a home that's on a smaller property, it does get to be harmful when it goes beyond 45%. So I would just ask you all to acknowledge we have made a concession, and we greatly appreciate your support at 45%.
So Michael, let me just look at something. Maybe this could be helpful. It may not be helpful, but I think it could become absolute and arbitrary to look at this as a unit size percentage. Let's go over to the other column and look at unit size. What is the size of home that the applicant needs in absolute terms versus percentage terms? So you have homes on here that are in the 40 percentile of unit size that are about 7,500 square feet, 7,900 square feet, 75, 76. What is it that...
Bream, is that at 40%? Is that at 40%?
Well, let's not... I don't want to look at it at percentages, because I think that may be, to Michael's point, a little bit arbitrary. So I'm trying to come at it from a different angle for a second.
For square footage of the house?
Right. What is the square footage of the house?
What would be square footage at 40%?
What is it? 16,000 for the 20. Probably about what is that? 5,600 square feet. Is that? Did I do math right?
6,600 square feet at 40%.
Hang on, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't want to guess at it. 64.25. I forgot to carry a 1. 64.25.
And then the 45% that we proffered is just 72 and change.
Right. So the point, that's where I'm getting at. The point of the matter is that 45%, it is 7228. So if you tell me that you need 7,500 square feet as an example, that would be consistent with the sizes of the homes there. And then 7,500 square feet, so we don't focus on the percentage, is basically 47%. So I want to just bring that into context. I don't think that they're asking for something that's really, really from the home size itself. So maybe from that perspective, we settle at about 47. I hate conversation about splitting the baby without rationale. It has to have some basis. I mean, you know, I get it. They're asking for 50%, but look at the actual square footage of the unit. Let's get away from the percentage because that's very arbitrary. That's
there's no way to get away from that, Kareem. Mr. Larkin has already conceded that he's okay with 45%. So if the board were amenable to a 45% figure, I guess I'll push myself and go along with it, but I will not go higher than that.
We're as the counsel to the applicant, Mr. Chairman and board members, we're okay with 45%. We greatly appreciate your support for that number.
All right. Well, we may have a compromise here yet, Tanya. A little bit higher than you may have wanted, but I think we can bring this one home. Do we have any support for the item so we can move
well,
it?
I would just like to say, with all due respect, it's not a compromise if, you know, the applicants have come in saying we're okay with this, and we say, okay, we're okay with it too. That's just agreeing to what they've come into.
Well, so I'm sorry, Tanya. I was saying that relative to the original ask of 50%.
The application is for 49.1%.
Right.
I understand, but I still think that I would like to see it a little bit lower than that. You know, if we come at 7,000 square feet, that seems like a pretty capacious home.
Alex? I don't feel comfortable with the 45%.
Yeah, I am, by the way. I think that's, you know, the context of the neighborhood, it's going to be smaller than the houses next door and probably ones that get built in the future.
Well, you don't know that, Mark.
Mr. Chair, just for my edification, and I think I may have heard this as part of the presentation, did I hear correct from the applicant's representative that the new home next door, the one that I guess is lot 33, that home was exhibiting construction issues as well? It was leaks or something like that?
Yes, you did. You heard it from me that now that residence is exhibiting some plumbing problems, but you know that may not confirm
that I had heard that. Thank you.
That probably doesn't go to the extent of this house.
Mark, do you have support for the item?
I don't know if we have support.
I would, Mark, if you move it, I would second that.
I'll move to approve this application with the amendment that the lot can't exceed 45% gross square feet of.
I would second it.
All right. So the item has been moved by Mark Milan, seconded by Nicholas Gelpi. Mr. Regilio, please.
Mr. Chair.
All right. We have a question?
Hesitation?
No, go for it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to just suggest something, but no. Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Bott?
I'm sorry, but no.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
No.
Mr. Gelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weider?
No.
The motion fails 4-3.
David, that was with your.
I changed my mind.
All right.
I was before the vote. I changed my mind. I'm happy with 40%, but I changed my mind because in light of the support on the board, I'm going to vote no.
Let me ask,
fair enough,
Mr. Chair, procedurally.
Go ahead, Alex.
Is it possible, and perhaps this question is to the attorneys, Is it possible for the applicant to go back to the drawing board? They've heard the comments from the planning board. I really hate having to vote against something that is for someone's home that they've bought because they want to make a life there. Is it possible for them to go back to the drawing board now that they have the benefit of our comments and come back with something that perhaps is more in line with what the planning board may feel comfortable with? And I don't know if it would require a reconsideration of this vote since we haven't moved on to the next item. I don't know if that would be possible.
It would.
It will.
Yes. So,
Alex,
well,
it would have to come from the dissenting majority vote.
Correct.
And I don't know.
I'd like to see contextuality elevations as well. So I misspoke when I said.
This is what we can do. We can continue it for a month. David has made the request kindly about 4 times now, and I'm finally listening to him.
Mike, you're the only one who listens to me, Michael. So thank you.
I do my best.
Outside of your board members, David. Outside of your board members.
So we'll continue it for a month. We'll come back with the context drawings that David has requested, and we can look at the design, and we'll just come back within 1 month's time to consider your comments and to see what we can do.
Michael, I think we need guidance from the city attorney because I think in order to do this, we need to do a reconsideration of the vote that we just had that the prevailing side would have to proffer. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
You do, Alex. So we would need a member. In this case, the prevailing side was comprised of Tanya, Alex, and David. So we need one of the dissenters who prevailed on the motion.
Reconsideration.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
Okay,
so we have it's been moved by Alex and second by Tanya.
Relio, can you call the roll?
Will do. Give me 1 second. Motion by.
And this is to reconsider the item. That's what this motion does.
This is just on the reconsideration. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Alex, what we'll do after this will be the continuance.
The continuance.
Okay, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
and Mr. Weider.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously 7-0.
Alex, you want to continue it?
Yeah, with that, I'll do a motion to continue it. Again, now that they have the benefit, Michael, of hearing from all of us, just so that you can come back with something that perhaps your client, the applicant, could work with.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And is this to the March meeting or the April meeting?
I would defer to the chair.
Do we have time on March to take this off?
March is very heavy. We have 10 items, and some of them seem to be controversial, and I think the meeting will take some time.
Well, let's do it this way for the interest of time. Let's add it to the agenda with the caveat. Well, let me ask this before I make suggestions. If we add it to the agenda for next month and we can't get to it and we continue it again, do we have to do any kind of renoticing or anything? Is there any problem with doing it that way?
We don't, Mr. Chairman, but we would at that point have dragged everybody out and potentially dragged the neighbors out for a hearing that was we'd be unlikely to get to anyway. So I think if staff's telling us that next month is heavy, then I think we should move it to April.
Michael, are you okay with this to April? Because I really just don't want to put you through waiting so long, but I want to be realistic.
But as a continued item, aren't we toward the beginning of the agenda? And this won't be another long session.
I said that about one last meeting, and it totally didn't turn out like that. So my concern is I already have a heavy agenda, and then I'm putting this on. If it generates a whole bunch of new conversation, I've shot myself in the foot. But if you want to take your chances, we can do it.
Let us take a chance, and if it doesn't happen, that's okay.
All right, so let's. And I'm sorry, Nick, I heard you loud and clear, but let's. So, Alex, is that acceptable to your motion?
Yes, on the agenda setting and when things come forward, I defer to you, Mr. Chair. That's your prerogative.
Okay. So it'll be for next month. Do we have a second on the motion?
So for the record, that's March 23rd.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Rogelio?
So the motion by Mr. Fernandez, second by Mr. Milan. Roll call, Ms. Bott. Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Gelpi.
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
Yes.
And Mr. Weider.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, guys, I need to take a little break or else I'm going to be, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tanya.
I'm sorry. I thought I had been unmuted. Very quick question. I know that the contextual elevations had been included in as part of the submission packet. Can we put a request in for all applicants coming before the board to include it in their presentation that they give, even if they don't plan to talk about it, so that, I mean, I think they should. I think any item that we're considering, that is a critically important thing to be looking at. But so that when it comes up for discussion, even if they, like I said, didn't plan to talk about it, it is there at their fingertips that we can just flip to those slides and take a look at it. Because
I second your motion on that, Tanya.
Great.
We will let them know going forward.
And that's, not specific to this project. It's to any applicant coming before this board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, let me ask, what's the pleasure of the board to take a break or do we want to soldier on? I will have to take a 5-minute break regardless, but how many more items do we have on the you have two comp plan amendment items, the Faiana District overlay, which is a negotiated height change, which would actually reduce from what we approved before, and a item with regards to composition of the members of the DRB and the planning board. I mean, I can soldier through, but I do need to take like a 3-minute break or something.
We're looking at about another hour, would you say?
Let's take a 5-minute break. I move to take a 5-minute break.
I agree. We need a break.
Okay. All right. So let's go. Let's do it this way. Let's do a 15-minute break and we'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you all. For today are comp plan amendments and regulations with regards to planning board file 21-418 district overlay and planning board file 21-0419, and that's going to be amendments to the composition of 2 boards in particular. So with that, Alex asked.
Mr. Chair, before we move on with the agenda, I wanted to ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Absolutely.
I fear I'm going to forget it later, and I think it's important. I just get this in, and I promise I'll be short. But just quickly, we have a challenge in our city. And we have a challenge that I think our administration is doing a very good job in addressing with a very strong voice, which is the issue of public safety in our city. And the administration, under the leadership of the interim city manager, has been doing a lot to this end. But there is no doubt that our code enforcement and our police officers and other arms of our law enforcement are facing great challenges, not only with delinquents and criminals who enter our city to disrespect our city, but what is most upsetting is that we have businesses that we license and that at times we as a planning board give special permits for special privileges to conduct certain activities that they're not allowed to as of right, that some of these businesses are acting irresponsibly. They're encouraging bad behavior, or some of them are even downright disrespecting our laws. And if there are any of these businesses that have a conditional use permit from this planning board, Mr. Planning Director, I ask you that you bring these businesses back before these planning board, because it is a disrespect to our community that they come here, they ask us for conditional use permits, and then they go and they disrespect our community, they encourage bad behavior, or they violate the code of behavior that have been adopted by our city commission. And having said that, Mr. Director, I'd specifically like to ask that you please consider under your authority to bring back before this board the Clevelander, who this weekend flat out put out there a sign encouraging misbehavior. And it's not just in any vague terms, a sign on our public right-of-way saying misbehavior encouraged. And other entities like Il Giardino, who have had already a demonstrated history of disrespecting our code of conduct. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the moment of personal privilege. I think we need to be united with our city administration in sending this very strong message that we cannot allow lawlessness from anyone, not just visitors, but including our business community. Everyone needs to be held to a very high standard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, under CUPs, either the board can request a progress report or staff can bring a progress report. Typically, when we're informed by code and compliance of multiple violations or transgressions, we will on our own bring a progress report. But if the board determines that they would like a progress report for whatever reason, you certainly just make a motion and then we can bring that progress report to you at your next meeting. As Rogelio mentioned earlier, your March agenda is very lengthy. So we can certainly put the progress reports on, but it might be something that you might want to have an initial discussion on, continue it, but at least we'll be able to bring you any relevant code violations that are existing and any complaints that may have been made for both of the premises.
And Mr. Planning Director, I appreciate that. I wouldn't limit it to code. I think police violations, incident reports on the properties, I think those might warrant, it'll be good for the edification of this board as if we consider these progress updates, progress reports, whenever, of course, the chair deems would be appropriate to schedule them on the agenda.
And so just to confirm, if that's by acclamation, unless any of the board members have an objection, we'll bring both of those back to you as a progress report in March.
So when you say both of those, just the two that he was particularly talking about?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, just this is something I was going to bring up at a later time, but this is a great time to mention it. You know, we've talked in my vast experience of 1.5 planning board meetings so far. We've talked about I forget who it was, one of the applicants in January, but talking about perhaps revisiting their progress on a 3 to 6 or 12-month schedule to make sure that there were no violations if we gave them a little bit of initial latitude in planning, in proceeding the way they had proposed. I forget exactly what the details were, but would it not make sense to, instead of doing it as an ad hoc thing, to standardize this so that when somebody gets a CUP, they have to come back or a report has to be generated by staff in 3 months, and then it's 6 months from initial, then 9 months, then, you know, if that goes well, then another 6 months from there, and then a year out, so that, you know, it's not something that we have to be monitoring, but to make sure that the people who are saying they're going to do something the way the city requires them to do it are doing it that way. And it will become very quickly clear those who are good operators who are doing their best to make sure everything is by the book and upholding the city standards, and those who are bad operators. Instead of trying to chase them down, could we not somehow codify this so that we could lay that out very clearly, that their CUP is indeed conditional and that it will be revoked if they are not adhering to the standards that are already on the books. I mean, there's this constant ongoing conversation about, do we need more laws in the city, or do we just need to enforce those that we have on the books? And I'm of the mind that we have plenty of very good laws on the books already. Let's enforce them. And if you are a business who is not adhering to the laws of our city, then you should not be permitted to do business in our city. So could we not make this a standard part of the review that is just, instead of us chasing around after people who we think may or may not be operators?
Tanya, so we actually do have that already, because if you look at our CUPs, they have to come before us under the CUPs for progress reports, and so we get notified constantly from code enforcement and from other city departments about violations. And so we bring them. So first of all, there's the process of just having the progress reports that come by. And at some point we just say, okay, no more progress reports, because if we see they've been operating properly. But we also get them when they're not under progress reports, and we get code enforcement to let us know there's violations where we can revisit. Because with these, just like you're saying, these are conditional, right? So we can always change those conditions, and we can take them away, which we have done before.
That's right. We already have those tools. So it all boils down to maybe stricter code enforcement to bring it to our attention, or to those citizens who bring it to our attention, or a board member who sees something.
And our code enforcement is working very hard, and the challenges that our code enforcement is facing is unreal out there. And I've had the unfortunate pleasure of working very closely with our law enforcement, going out and facing what they're dealing with in our streets. And it's frankly embarrassing. And, it's a good time to remind those businesses, by the way, that under our code, it is a privilege to be licensed to do business in the city of Miami Beach. But independent of that, if you have a special privilege, a special permit, a conditional use permit from the planning board, and you violate our laws, you will be coming back here. And I hope this board will consider this, because today
Alex,
more than ever.
How do you propose to do that, Alex?
It already exists. We have those mechanisms. They come back before us. You haven't been on that long, but we have taken away, and we've put people on suspension, and we've taken them away from people. So that exists already.
So let's do this.
What I'm asking for is for El Giardino and the Clevelander, that we ask the planning director to bring them back to this table for a progress report. That's respectfully what I'm asking for.
So let's do that.
Hearing no objection from the board, we'll bring both of those progress reports to you at the March meeting.
Right, and then Tanya, to your point, if there's something structurally, as you find out how we do it with the 90 days, and staff is always available to you, that you want to suggest to staff, let's do that and have that conversation. But I think there are, to Mark's point, and David's point as well, that we already have the things on the books. So it's just a matter of what Alex just did, asking Tom for those two, because there's something going on with those two particular properties.
Right. The structure's in place. It's just the process, perhaps. We have the structure. The process is.
Yeah. Right now, when we
don't go ahead and enforce. We're reactive. We're not proactive that way.
Yeah. There's conditions in every CUP that requires a progress report at the time of CO, and then progress reports after that. And then if the board determines that the operations are fine, they'll typically discontinue the progress reports until such time as there may be problems. Last month, you had the Baptist Health Center. They have had a couple of progress reports since they have gotten their CO, but they're still not fully operational. So the board said, come back in, I think, Braulio, what was it, 12 months or 18 months when you expect to be fully operational?
Correct, 18 months.
18 months. So, yeah, you do it, and the board actually does do that. And if somebody's operating flawlessly, you typically will discontinue the progress reports. If there's a problem, then we bring them back and we restart more frequent progress reports.
So, is there an automatic mechanism? So, like if there's a particular restaurant or whatever where there have been 4 police calls in last month, let's say, that would automatically trigger a a progress report, or is there, I guess that's what I'm asking for, something that gets automatically triggered rather than somebody here saying, hey, I've been hearing a lot of this, and maybe we should take a look at that organization.
That'd be very constructive.
Tanya, the trigger is mainly code enforcement. So it's not necessarily tied to as much as an incident report from the police department, but it is tied more so to code enforcement.
Could it be? I mean, given what's going on, to Alex's point about public safety, could it be tied to police reports as well?
Well,
I'd like to just weigh in a sec on this.
Go ahead,
So the reason why it tends to be code is because code is charged with enforcing conditions of conditional use permits. So when we say that we can bring these operators back before you for a progress report and then subsequently for a modification or a revocation, we're always talking about the conditional use permit. So you don't have broad enforcement authority over just any issue that might come up on the property. You have enforcement authority over your approvals, over the permits that the board issues. So that's why it tends to be, it tends to be an issue more than anything else of code enforcement.
So does the city have any recourse then? If a business is perhaps doing exactly what it's supposed to in terms of code and a CUP, but still there's a weekly fight in front of or inside that business. The city has no recourse to say, you know what, you have, for whatever reason, you can't control your patrons and therefore you got to go?
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I mean, that becomes a police issue, right? I mean, if there's criminal activity, that becomes an issue for police.
Right, I understand that. So if there is recurring police activity at a particular business, what further steps does the city have? What further tools does the city have to say, we've had enough of this nonsense. You clearly can't manage your business in a way that comports with the quality of life issues for Miami Beach. It's time to pack up and go someplace else.
What I would recommend, if there's a particular business that you have a concern about, is that maybe we meet offline, maybe you reach out to staff, because if, it could be, and it may be that if it's a business that has recurring criminal activity, there may also be code violations. And so I think, the board should be mindful of its authority, but use your authority. So if you're aware of code violations, if you're aware of violations of a CUP, if you'd like to inquire about a particular property, then we can look at that. But again, your enforcement authority is limited to the conditions of your approvals.
Okay, thank you.
And which by general language, I think Mr. Attorney usually includes language that speaks that the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the city will not be adversely affected. Is that correct? General language?
There is general language in our orders.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Again, I defer to whenever you believe it's right to place those items on the agenda. But again, because of concerns raised in the community involving also code, I appreciate the support of the board in bringing those two establishments back. I think it's important to do this. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alex. So with that, let's go take on Planning Board item 21-0418, Taina District Overlay Amendments. Rogelio, you want to introduce it?
Will do. Okay, so file number PB 21-0418. This is an ordinance amendment to modify the regulations of the Taina District Overlay, in particular section 142-869. Last year, the City Commission adopted ordinance number 2020-4366. Some of you may recall it was presented to the Planning Board last August. The ordinance raised the height limit for oceanfront lots greater than 70,000 square feet that contain a contributing building within the overlay from 200 feet to 250 feet. The ordinance was intended to incentivize the restoration of the iconic Art Deco Versailles Hotel by allowing for the development of the site as the Aman Hotel and Residences. However, several neighbors expressed concerns with the increased height. In particular, neighbors were concerned that the additional height would block some views, would block air, and would block light. To address the concerns, this proposed ordinance simply reduces the height limit from 250 feet to 221 feet. This still allows for the restoration of the Versailles Hotel, so staff is supportive of it. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposed ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. And I believe there's a representative of the developer if there's any questions regarding the development.
All right, let's take them, swear them in and get going.
Mr. Chairman, this is a legislative item, so so witnesses don't need to be sworn.
But is it somebody outside of the city presenting?
I don't believe they have a presentation. They're just here if there's questions.
Oh, okay.
Just a question, height decrease. Is that right?
Correct. It's just a height decrease. The ordinance strikes 250 and puts 221, and that's it.
That's fine.
All right. Thanks, Nick, for keeping me on.
No, we want more, David.
But this is a height reduction that approves a height increase from the prior height before the height increase, right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, something like
something like that.
So I'm assuming that this was a deal that was struck with the owners at the Faena house to allow us to go forward. I'm assuming there was some litigation going on about this, and this is a settlement.
Yeah, and then I think there were two apartments across the street too, Mark. But I guess they're going to tell us that. But I think you're right.
Yeah, maybe you should let Neeson speak. Yeah, about this.
Mr. Chairman, how much time would you like me to allow?
2 minutes.
Neeson, can you summarize in 5 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes is all I'll need at most.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Neeson Kazan, Ackerman LLP. I represent the Faena district, both 3425 Collins LLC, which is the site that would utilize the additional height where the Versailles is being restored and the new residential tower designed by Kengo Kuma is being built. And Rogelio set it forth, and I think in their discussion on the board, you understand. We had originally sought a height increase for the Faena district, not only this property, but would also include the Faena and Faena House property, to upwards of 250 feet, which was approved by this board and the city commission. Both the Historic Preservation Board and the neighbors at Faena House wanted a reduction in height, and through in being responsive to them and in discussions with the Faena House board as well, the building was redesigned so that it would come within what will be the new height limit for the district at 221 feet, which, by the way, applies to Faena House as well. And, we felt we were able to still get the benefits of some of the additional height, which sets the building further away from the historic Versailles and makes the building somewhat slimmer in a footprint than it otherwise would be, but also accommodate the requests of the neighbors and the Historic Preservation Board. Faena House also was interested in seeing that that the legislation be changed, not just that this particular project get approved at 220 feet, 221 feet, but that even if this project doesn't happen going forward, this would be the height limit for the entire district.
Neeson, is that because you fear other people building it to that height? I mean, after all, you could just put it to the lower height without coming back before us.
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Weeder. The Faena House wanted some assurance. I mean, look, they are ecstatic that they're getting the Aman Hotel and Residences. But if for some unforeseen reason that project didn't happen, they wouldn't want someone to be able to come back in and ask for something more than 221 feet. So, as a practical matter, that's of course not going to happen because this project is committed as an Aman. but this was something that was requested to make sure that on a going forward basis, that be the height limit for the district. And by the way, it applies to Faena House as well.
But that doesn't prevent them from someone else coming in and asking for a height increase again and saying that, oh, well, you already approved the height increase, so I'm just not sure.
But at that point, I mean, above 221 feet, you would have to come back to, it'd have to be a change in the land development regulations. It'd have to come back to your board and have to come back to the city commission.
Gotcha. I'll move it.
Wait, Neeson, I just want to ask something. Did whatever happened? Because I remember the last time Mitch Novick was on and he was inquiring about the artwork that was in front. Do you know what ended up happening with that?
Yes. As a condition of the order approving the residential building, which was a little more than a week ago, we, that is the developer, 3425 Collins, has agreed to restore and place the mural, and subject to approval, final approval from the city, we're actually now looking at a location on the Rake House Center wall. You know, that sort of that long blank wall they have facing to the east.
What a great idea, Neeson. What a great idea. Yeah, the city really enjoy that.
Wait a minute, Neeson. I thought we were going to put it on the garage facing City Hall.
17th.
Yes, that was, as you remember, I shared that with you. We thought that was a fabulous location, but the city absolutely refused to have it located there. Yeah, they said that garage.
So where is it going to be now? Neeson,
and then there was a proposal to put it like on the ground in between the two buildings, the Versailles and the Amman residences, but that would be just not visible and nor respectful of the art. So someone else at the city came up with the notion, since they wouldn't put it on the garage, of putting it on the Rakow Youth Center's wall. And I can send you the image of it so that it can be shared.
That's on Pine Tree Drive?
Pine Tree Drive and 28th Street. And so that is it's a big blank wall on a pretty prominent, busy street, and a center that gets tremendous amount of use. And if you look at the image of it up against that wall, and it even wraps around a little bit on the north side, which is the way it was displayed at the old annex of the Versailles, because part was on Collins, part was facing south, parking lot. It really works well. So we were very happy. I think everyone was very happy that a good home has been found. And the city has to finally approve it, but that's a good place for it.
I think that's great.
I thought it would have been great on that garage, because people coming down from the convention center would see it there on that garage. But I don't know why the city has rejected that. But I thought, and actually, it was your idea, Neeson.
Yes. Look, I thought it was a fabulous location because it was so prominent and so visible. But the city said, well, someday that garage may be torn down, and which I don't think in our lifetimes that garage will be torn down. And then the idea of putting it on the wall would be. So in any event, but the other location that the city staff came up with is actually quite a nice location, and in some respects will be a location. I'll send you the images of it.
Yeah, please do, Neeson. Thank you.
There's a little park across the street. People will be able to, look at it, contemplate it. All the
used to be the Par 3.
Par 3 is
used to be.
Rake House Center used to be the second hole.
Future Bayshore Park.
I love that little golf course. So
about the mural, and you alluded to it a minute ago with the concern about the parking lot being torn down. Is there any protection for that mural so that if they decide in 20 years that the Scott Rakow Center needs to be upgraded and the only way to do that is to demolish it and build a new, does protection travel with the mural so that it needs to be removed again and stored until it can be replaced someplace else?
that's going to be the city's whatever. I mean, the mural will be given to the city, and however the city decides to protect it or what they decide to do with it will be for the city to decide.
That's an interesting question because it was part of a local historic district, and so does the protection travel to another district on the mural? That's really an interesting point, Tom.
Oh, I don't think there's unless it's designated as a historic site or no, protection wouldn't travel with it.
So, Tom, is there a way to initiate some sort of protection mechanism for the mural itself, regardless of where it's currently residing?
Without designating historic, no. As Neeson indicated, assuming that the commission approves the relocation to Rakow and it's installed, then it will then become, once the Amman people finish the installation and it's done, then the city will take ownership of that. Obviously, the commission would have to approve any modification to that mural, any removal of it at some point in the future. Whether the city commission would want to designate that mural as historic on the Rakow Center, that's something that could potentially be explored, but that's about the only way that you could probably provide protection to it moving forward.
Could the Historic Preservation Board make that designation, Tom?
I don't think the HPB has the authority to designate personal property rather than real property. But maybe if the planning board wants to express its views on this, I mean, maybe this is the opportunity for a motion recommending that the city commission preserve the mural, whatever location it ends up in.
Well, Nick, it would be a fixture once it's installed on the building. So then the real estate might be designated. It might travel. The real estate itself would become historic because of that fixture.
Yep, you know what, guys? I think this is a fight. I think this is a discussion to have another. I mean, this isn't really relevant for this item, but they're giving it to us, and then we deal with the city will deal with it at some point, and we'll all protest if they try to ever mess with it.
But I do think that it makes sense for us to share the concern that the city think about how to protect it going forward at this time.
I mean, listen, they're spending a ton of money, Tanya, just to do this. I mean, somebody's spending a ton of money to do this. So obviously there's sort of thought about this already.
No, you can make whatever recommendation you would like, as Nick said. If the board feels collectively that a resolution is in order to recommend that the commission make all best efforts to retain the mural in perpetuity at the eventual location, you could certainly make a resolution like that or a recommendation like that.
But it can't be tied to this approval right now.
No, it wouldn't be tied to the approval. It would be a separate resolution. That's all.
Right. We'll do it in two steps. So
I think we should move for something like that.
So David, you've moved it. Do we have a second for the favorable recommendation of the Fayena District Overlay Amendment with the change to the height?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by David, second by Mark. Rogelio?
Roll call, Ms. Bott.
I approve it, but I would like to note for the record that I was much happier with it at a 200-foot limit. But that being said, I approve this.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
No, because this height reduction is still a height increase from what's consistent in this corridor of 42nd to 47th Street, oceanfront. I can't.
Okay. Mr. Jalpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
I prefer 220 over 250, yes.
Mr. Weider?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay. Tanya, you want to go ahead and make your motion with regards to a recommendation to the commission to preserve the asset in the event that let me not rephrase, I'll let you phrase it.
Well, you're doing great. So everything you just said, I make the motion that the that we recommend to the commission to make every effort necessary to protect the mural in perpetuity, regardless of where it's located, so that if it's on the rack house for the next 10 years, great, but if the rack house goes up in smoke tomorrow, that the city removes the mural and in perpetuity.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair. And Tanya, if you just accept a friendly amendment, I just want to just to add that it's the Apollo mural that we're referring to by Jack Stewart.
Thank you.
It's been moved by Tanya. One second, Dave. It's been moved by Tanya and seconded by Alex with an amendment accepted by Tanya.
But I want to add an amendment. David? Will they yield to allow me to propose an amendment to that?
I don't. What is your change you want?
That it be designated historic and treated as a historic artifact of the city of Miami Beach.
Tanya, do you accept the amendment?
100%.
Okay, let's.
And I believe the seconder has to accept as well.
And that's fine. And just for clarity, this is not tying the commission's hands or the city's hands to any specific location. Is this correct?
No, it's just a recommendation that basically the artifact be carefully looked after for the duration of its ability to live and be viewed.
And thank you to Mr. Caston and to the applicants for making this contribution to our city. It certainly would be valuable.
Agree. Before we vote, do we have the capacity to designate something historic?
No, it's just a recommendation, and there are going to be other things that go along with this, like maintenance of this artifact and so on and so forth. So let's just dispose of this. This is just a recommendation to the city. Rogelio, you want to call the vote?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to add on the designation part, if permitted by the code, that'll allow us to take a deeper dive after the meeting.
Okay.
What do you mean by that? I don't follow that.
So the motion had two components. One was to preserve the mural. The other was to initiate the designation or recommend the designation. So I think we need to look internally as to whether what is otherwise personal property can be designated. I don't think we've looked at that question, but
I think the owner needs to designate it.
But I don't, Nick. That's fine. I'm not going to go down that path because it's just a recommendation, and you guys can figure that out when you present it to the city and have your staff notes to it, right? Okay, Rogelio, please.
Okay.
Nick.
Mr. Chair, I like following the guidance of our attorney, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but Nick, I'm sorry. I think we need a little bit of clarity on what you were saying. You were saying for the commission to follow this advisory recommendation for as long as it is consistent with what is allowed under the code?
What I was saying is because the addition to the motion, the amendment to the motion was that the board also wanted to recommend historic designation. And what Tom and I raised is the question of whether the mural can be designated as historic under our code. So my suggestion was, can the board add to its motion if permitted by the code?
Tanya, are you
the planning board recommends the historic designation of the mural if permitted by the code.
But not only that, I think once it's installed on the property, it becomes a fixture. And
that may be.
I don't see the harm of looking into what the process would entail and what is or is not permitted. So I think that's fine.
All right. So Alex and Tanya have accepted all of these amendments. Rogelio, please call the vote.
All right. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Gelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes, and I also, I just want to say thanks to Mitch Novick for bringing this to our attention, because this perhaps would not have happened, but for a citizen really taking ownership of this and bringing it to our attention. So I don't know if he's on or not, but thank you, Mitch.
Mr. Weider?
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Thank you. And I remember when this was originally brought up before the Historic Preservation Board, when the entire project was initiated. So I think we were cognizant of it. So my vote is yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously 7-0.
All right, awesome. And thank you guys for all your comments. I wasn't meaning to cut you all short, but I know that our staff and everybody is going to do that actual work, and appreciate Nick's comments. But go ahead, Alex.
I just want to ask staff, has this ordinance gone through the Historic Preservation Board? Because it's not lost in me that this is part of a very important waterfront historic district in our city. And so just for the record.
Alex, the first ordinance that raised the height to 250 went to the Historic Preservation Board. The project itself at the lower height, I believe, has already been approved by the HPD. Okay. And so since this was lowering the height, it was referred directly to the planning board as more of a housekeeping matter.
Got it. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification.
All right. And I think we've approached our last item on the agenda for today, and that's going to be Planning Board File 210419. And this is basically more definition to the members of the boards for DRB and the Planning Board. Rogelio?
Okay, so file number PB21-0419. This is an ordinance amendment that modifies requirements for the two citizens at large positions on the Planning Board and the Design Review Board, the DRB. The requirements are in section 11853 for the Planning Board and section 11872 for the DRB. Currently, there are requirements that 5 of the members be of specific professions. 2 of the members are intended to be residents at large. The amendment was originally proposed by interested residents in the West Avenue Neighborhood Association. There are 2 draft ordinances before you. One is titled the draft as proposed by Commissioner Michael Gongora, the item sponsor. The second ordinance before you is titled the draft incorporating the LUSC recommendations, which are the Land Use and Sustainability Committee recommendations. As the item was being referred, the sponsor proposed some additional language that was not considered by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee. So the City Commission decided to refer both versions to the Planning Board for your consideration. In both versions, the first 4 changes are consistent. So I'm going to go through what those are. The first change is to modify the term citizen at large to resident at large. The second change is to clarify that residents should have resided in the city for 3 consecutive years, as opposed to the current requirement of 1 year. The third change is to give preference to members who have previously served on a Miami Beach board or committee or have completed the Miami Beach Leadership Academy. The fourth change is to give preference to individuals that are not working in the fields of real estate development, real estate brokerage or sales, real estate law, or architecture. The version with the additional language, which is proposed by Commissioner Gongora, has additional criteria, which requires that individuals that are qualified to serve in the other membership categories not be eligible to be appointed to the resident at large positions. So that would be an architect, a developer, landscape architect, attorney, person with education or experience in historic preservation issues, an engineer, architect, landscape architect with experience in water resources, or a person licensed in hydrology, water, wastewater, or wastewater treatment. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board review both versions of the ordinance amendment and then transmit the version revised by the sponsor, Commissioner Michael Gongora, with a favorable recommendation to the City Commission.
And I'll move approval of Commissioner Gongora's proposed ordinance for discussion.
I second that.
Wait, we're voting on this, or we're moving to discuss?
I moved for discussion.
You move to discussion, or you moving to pass it? I mean,
does the board want to discuss it?
Yes, I want to.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. So
it's automatic.
Yeah, you're in a rush to get your, someone's agenda passed through. That's okay, Alex. But we got to talk about it.
No, I said if you listen to the record, Mark, I said motion for discussion.
It was my mistake.
We've never done that before, Alex. So we just discussed.
Listen, guys. Listen.
Oh, I thought it was no.
Listen. Everybody, stop. Don't talk, please. We have been doing this forever. We never need to have a motion for us to have a discussion about an item. So let's proceed with discussing the item. All right, it's been introduced.
Slow down, Cowboy.
Let's talk about it, and then we will receive any support for the item in the form of a motion. All right. So, Alex, you have the floor. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'll defer to my colleagues.
Does anybody have comments about the item?
Yes, I have a few questions. I apologize. I want to make sure, comparing the underline and non-underline. So the one version, the First Amendment, is just changing citizens at large to residents at large. Okay, preference. Okay. The second change, the addition of Commissioner Gongora, is at the end. None of the following individuals can be appointed as a resident at large. So an architect, I'm asking because I'm an architect. So an architect could not apply to be on the planning board except for the position designated for an architect, correct? Is that what that is stated?
That's correct.
Because too many architects on the board would be a problem.
And David and I couldn't serve then together, right? Is that accurate too, Rogelio?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Yeah.
That's my loss, Mark.
No, listen, I think it's valuable to get people to just, the fact that you are an architect, the fact that you're in water management, the fact that you're an attorney, doesn't necessarily mean you have any kind of agenda or anything like that. We're all citizens here. And I don't think that's a disqualifying factor. I think, as a matter of fact, it's an important thing to have perspective and really understanding too, because there's a lot of technical aspects of this board, and I think that you have to have some sort of basic understanding that I think attorneys and architects and water management people bring to a board like this. I would be in favor of the first three. I totally agree. Residents at large, 3 years, previously served. I'm all in on that, right? But to knock so that there's only one attorney on this or one architect, I think it's a ridiculous change.
I agree with Mark on that, and I'm very happy Nick is here as an architect because we have questions to ask, and he's very analytical about it. And when I served on the HPB, there were two architects, and I think there were two. There are two attorneys on this board. I think what they're trying to.
By the way, David, there were more.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. I think they're trying to eliminate conflicts of interest. That's the intent of the ordinance. I don't see it either.
Well, we have mechanisms to deal with conflicts of interest. David, there were 3 or 4 attorneys on this board not so long ago. Brian was an attorney. I'm an attorney. You're an attorney. I mean, we had more than that, and we functioned, I think, incredibly well.
Seems to me that without putting in a prohibition on certain professionals on the board, that is being addressed in the First Amendment, which is giving preference to people taking the leadership course and residing on the beach. Yeah, I would be in favor of the First Amendment, but not the Second.
I think the concern is that there are boards where there is a preponderance of people tied to the development professions. It is not just that we can't have more than one lawyer on the board. It's lawyers pertaining to particular type of practice area, and that there are boards where residents' voices get squeezed out. And I think the goal of these amendments is to ensure that of the many seats on the board, 2 of them are reserved for residents who obviously have to be qualified. I mean, they don't just say, hey, we're board and then waltz onto the board. They're still going to be vetted and voted upon. But that you don't have at the exclusion of general residents and a preponderance of people who are tied to the development fields in a number of different ways.
I don't know how that's a problem. I mean, on this board right now, this board, are there a lot that are related to the development business on Miami Beach? I mean, some of us have represented developers and represent developers on Miami Beach. Some don't, but I think there are citizens also who are not, work for those types of industries also. And I think that we have to trust our commissioners to make the right appointments and not have any kind of restrictions like that. And, let them lead and let them answer for their decisions. But not restrict who they can choose.
I've never represented any developers. I've sued developers on the behalf of people who got hurt, but I never represented any developers. So
except you're in the real estate business.
I'm an attorney,
But David, you are related to the real estate business, so you would be precluded. For instance, if I was on before you wouldn't be able to be on this board.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that just because I'm an attorney, I was a trial lawyer. So I'm a trial lawyer. I don't represent developers in commercial cases or anything like that. And I've never had a conflict in all the times I've been on the board. So I don't think it's. There are all kinds of attorneys who are in different areas of specialty. So I think that's an unfair distinction to automatically exclude attorneys.
So if there's a suspicion that people who are appointed to these kind of boards are, the fix is in on these things, that's up to the commission to rectify those issues. It isn't to put restrictions on who can serve here. I've lived in Miami Beach since 1971, and I love the city, and I'm here to serve because I love the city and I care what's going on in the city, and I want to make the city better and have some sort of say in making the city better. But that doesn't mean, and I am involved in the real estate business, doesn't mean I have an agenda here that I'm representing some sort of development interest here. I'm doing this because I love the city.
Right, and if you had a conflict of interest, you'd recuse yourself.
Exactly. So the safety processes are in this. This seems like this is a backwards way of trying to knock people who maybe have better understanding of a lot of these issues out of the box.
I agree with Mark.
I agree as well. The First Amendment ends by stating, that the two persons on the resident at large spot, it still states consideration given to, these residents and to individuals not currently working in the fields of development, brokerage sales, real estate law, or architecture. So that is still an exclusion to the citizen at large. I mean, it doesn't require anyone to appoint one of these professions to those spots. And then the second one exclusively prohibits it.
Between real estate law and other areas of the practice of law I don't have it in front of me, the ordinance.
Well, yes, the first ordinance says real estate law. The second one says an attorney. So I guess it would be any attorney.
Well, I think the truth is all of us are really citizens at large, like Mark was saying, and it is up to the commission to then decide, do we want to pull a water manager, an architect, and et cetera. So I think the least exclusive this is, the better.
Apparently, I have soiled you guys as a real estate developer. My goodness, I apologize.
So the commission is able to make waivers of these distinctions anyway, right? Nick?
I don't believe this ordinance would allow for any waivers.
No. Yeah, no, this one would not.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm opposed to it.
The only waiver that this has for the commission is a residency requirement waiver. That's already exists in the code, that the commission may waive the residency requirements by a 5/7 vote in the event that a person not meeting these requirements is available to serve on the board and is exceptionally qualified by training and or experience. So the residency requirement is the only thing that they're allowed to waive.
which that I don't agree with. I think you should have to be a resident to serve on the board.
Listen, I agree with you, Asa. I think that the resident at large, the 3 years previously serving, I'm all for those three. It's the last one that taking away potential people who I think will actually bring a lot of value to these types of boards is really a silly and misguided attempt to preclude those kind of people on these boards.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I understand the intent, and I can definitely see where both are coming from, and I understand enough about real estate development to know where that's coming from. I think I do like. Let me ask something, Nick, before I say what I'm going to say. What does the word preference in a paragraph like this mean? How is that imposed or executed?
Mr. Chairman, that would be up to the city commission to do. So when individuals apply for appointment to the land use boards, they're required to submit an application. I think it's at least 10 days prior to the meeting date at which the member would be appointed. And the city clerk, as part of his application package, will ask applicants for a copy of their resume and other biographical information. At that point, the clerk can evaluate whether the applicant meets the qualifications, and then, assuming the applicant does meet the qualifications, then the full package would be transmitted to the city commission. And at the meeting at which the members are appointed, the code gives the sort of is deferential toward members who would qualify for that preference, but it's aspirational. It's not a requirement. It's a preference.
Okay, so that's what I was looking for. So the execution of the word preference is, number one, and globally aspirational, and then number two, it comes with some silver star stamp that says, hey, this person meets the preference, and it comes before you and the commission. Is that roughly how it would be executed?
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So understanding that, what I was thinking is that we take the word consideration out of the first part, and we put the word preference to make that clear. That is a preference. I think that's the happy medium between the two, and I don't mind doing that. I do think that you can get good people in the real estate industry that could be very much contributing to this board. I hope that I have been so over the time that I have spent here, and I kind of agree with Mark and David's comments. And I'm not really sure what to do with this part. I mean, I just think that, the city commission is going to look at applicants and they're going to come before the commission, and you really have to do a good job of maybe even a better job of vetting folks who are going to come before the board. I mean, certainly I had a relationship with developers that when they come before the board, I've only had to do it once, but hey, I can't be involved in that item. I just can't. I'm not sure what this is getting at. Is it getting at that the ethics of the person who is appointed to the board is not strong enough to be an asset to the board and really be thoughtful about items coming before the board? Or is this just an overall preclusion to say that these folks just typically, in some kind of generalization, and maybe even more specifically, aren't an asset to providing good feedback and moving a strong agenda for the community? I'm not sure what this is saying.
Is this a fear that, to be blunt with that there may have been some prior individual on the board who may have voted on items he should not have? Is that a fear? in this ordinance, being expressed by this ordinance? Or
But by the way, David, that doesn't that exist? I mean, for anybody on this board. I mean, it doesn't matter what your profession is, right? I mean, maybe you're best friends with the developers coming before us. I mean, you know, that's, I don't know if that's profession related, but I hear you. I don't know.
That's what I was getting at, Mark. Thank you. I left that piece out. That's exactly what I was trying to, like, what is it ethically? What are we trying to prevent here? I think we're trying to say that the ethics may be compromised from somebody sitting on the board that has an affiliation with these careers.
But I also think that it's a desire to have voices representing residents who are not necessarily tied into industries. Nobody's impugning the integrity of any potential candidates for boards, past, present, or future. But it is, you know, if these boards are supposed to represent residents, 4 of the seats, 5 of the seats already go to specialists in the field. So the 2 other seats that are supposed to be for residents should be to focus on people who may not have direct professional experience with the field of development.
And Tanya, that's for the commission. That's for the commission to decide, though. That could be that let them decide that, but as opposed to preclude people. I'd rather a real estate attorney be involved than a veterinarian. Okay, veterinarian may be a great citizen, but there are some. This is a very technical board, and there is an understanding.
The ordinance is too broad. It's too broad. It's removing discretion from the commission to make decisions based on each individual's merit. And I'm opposed to it for that reason.
And I'm frankly a little offended at anyone who's perhaps, you know, in this business, who Kareem is, I am, David is, Nick is, that somehow we can't be deemed to be good members of this board as opposed to just, you know, regular citizens. It's a bit offensive to me, frankly. I'm in favor of this if we say it's limited to residents at large, if it's limited to people who've lived on the beach for 3 years, and if previously served on boards. I'm good with that. And if we want to move it with just those 3, I would go for it with a favorable recommendation.
I would go with that as well, Mark.
Tanya, I agree with what has been said, but before we go forward, I really want to understand. I really desire to understand. So, and you said some things there, and I just want to just go back just so I can have the benefit of processing. So I'm not picking on you by any means, but if we had it as residents at large, is there some fear that the residents at large would come with their, you know, impressive resume and push out a resident who is just a concerned person without such an extensive resume? Is that of concern, or I'm trying to just process that?
I don't think that is a concern. The commission will pick the person that it deems most qualified, and very often the commission makes political decisions on some appointments. I mean, let's be realistic about it. But I think this ordinance is misguided in terms of the exclusions. I don't have a problem with the residency requirement, but it's misguided in the blanket exclusions of certain professions. Period. So I can't vote for that.
I agree with you, David.
So I would move that we pass make the recommendation to the commission without the exclusionary professional aspects of it, and adjourn the meeting after with a vote one way or the other.
I just want to be more specific with that. I think that I would be seconded. It's basically limited to residents at large who've lived on the beach for 3 years and previously served on that. The preferences for people who previously served. I would second that. I would second that, David.
Right.
Mark, just so that we're clear. So the sentence starting additionally, do we keep in, tell me where to stop. Additionally, strong preference shall be given to individuals who previously served on a Miami Beach board or committee. Am I stopping there or continue to
And or complete a Miami Beach leadership activity course. I think
Period.
Because that way we have people who, who understand, like Alex, who understand Robert's rules and understand how to work meetings like this. I think that's
right.
It's a
Okay. Got it.
Are we going to let the audience, the attendees?
The reasonable opportunity to be heard.
Yeah. Have we opened to the public?
That's
on
a good idea.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, we need to open to the public.
So we have Gail Durham. Let's go ahead and hear Gail. And I apologize, and thank you, Tanya. I got sidetracked in my own trying to understand exactly what we were trying to get at, and I forgot about the public. So Gail, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Hi there. My name is Gail Durham. First of all, there's a little confusion. This ordinance was first recommended and drafted by Miami Beach United, not my neighborhood association. So since I'm involved with both of those organizations, I think there was some confusion there. But Miami Beach United has been working on this for over 12 months with several commissioners and with a whole handful of activists, and with the very best intentions. So I want to make 3 points. First of all, the intention is to prevent self-interest. And I thought it was kind of ironic that most of you were most concerned about yourself being qualified or not qualified if this passes. I think what you have to look at is at the public interest. What is in the interest of the public, not your own self-interest? I mean, I, for one, don't think it's okay for 7 people to be on a board who are all related to developers or who work for the real estate industry, and that's what we have now. For example, on some of the boards, the 2 citizen at larges are held by one person who on their application said he's a developer, and the other citizen at large is an attorney who recently represented Crescent Heights. So all 7 people on that board are associated. This is not rocket scientists. Like, should there be an outdoor speaker? Hours of operation for alcohol, entertainment on a rooftop next to an apartment. I mean, a resident, I think, has the best feedback on those kinds of questions, which is very much what you guys do with conditional use permits. I admit maybe we can improve this draft and it could be tweaked, but it sounds like a lot of you just want to throw the bulk of it, the most important parts, out the door. Michael Gongora has been working very hard to perfect this ordinance. His version is the second version, the longer version. And the second part of that version was actually a recommendation by the city attorney. He said we should be very specific about none of the following individuals who are qualified to serve on the other membership categories may be appointed at resident of large, a developer, an architect, because these people already have seats. So that's the city attorney asked us to be very specific. I'm here to answer questions. Thank you very much.
First of all, I'd like to say that let me just say that it's kind of offensive to me. I haven't received any money. I don't represent any developers. I haven't done anything but serve the city as a volunteer, and in exchange for that, I get a parking pass, which I have anyway. And so it's the ordinance itself. So I'm not looking at my own self-interest in serving on this board. I'm strictly a volunteer. I'm not paid, and I've lived in Miami Beach basically all my life with a few years off. And so I'm devoted to this city just as well as anybody else. And this ordinance would operate against me for that reason, but it would also operate against other people who are similarly situated. So I think the ordinance is too broad and it excludes too many people of talent. And I don't think that it's fair to exclude people simply based on their profession.
I'll echo those sentiments, David. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I mean, people see the world through themselves. We are our best examples of who to talk about. So, Gail, I hear you. but I want to just speak for myself. I'm speaking on behalf because of the experience I have and the place that I sit, and so hopefully you understand that I'm just trying to get clarification and better understanding, which I pose to the board members here. But I don't need a response comment from that. Let's go to the next person, which is Mr. Backman, Bruce.
Hi, how are you doing? Bruce Backman, Sunset Harbor. I think I haven't been following this too closely, but I think the idea is not to exclude professions. It's you have those professions represented on the board as it is. They should have those professional seats. It's just to get the idea of the general public's, a resident's voice. And I think this largely, I would assume, arises because of what I would consider your lax oversight in past years, not you specifically, but the board's oversight of CUPs. They've been very tolerant. I've listened to some of these progress reports that go on for months and months and months until residents get exhausted. And I wonder, can you not realize what it's like to live next to some of these places that are blasting out speakers? And I think had the CUP oversights been much more strict and really had effective punishment, that this ordinance would not have been proposed. And, I've heard some past members speak on there, praising developers and their attorneys that are during the course of these CUP hearings, which I found rather shocking and that were not objective. This is not this present board, but this has happened in the past. And I think the idea is not to exclude any profession, but to make sure that there is some resident seat, someone that actually is subject, that is a resident that lives next to these venues that get these CUPs. I think part of the problem we're having right now with the MXC has been this very issue, lax oversight of CUPs. Thank you.
Hey, so one of the things, Bruce, that I think that Mark was trying to just outline is that you could have what you've just described from any member, any resident at large, regardless of profession, from the city of Miami Beach. But Mark, I'm sorry, I just that was something.
And I would just say that we're up every 2 years. Our terms, Nick.
Every 2 years.
If people don't think we're doing a good job, we have to reapply and get appointed by the commission and get voted on by the commission. And so I think rather than excluding people, I think that this is better taken up with your commissioners if you don't like the citizens that are on this board, then you could talk to your commissioners and they could choose not to renew them when they seek reapplication. That's the better point, as opposed to limiting the amount of people. What that woman said, Gales, talking about residents. I'm a resident. I probably lived longer here than just about anyone else, maybe except David. So, I care. And the fact that I'm a real estate attorney shouldn't preclude me. And if there's another real estate real estate attorney that is a great citizen, that person shouldn't be precluded if they can bring value. We have issues with conflicts of interest. We take care of it that way and let the commissioners choose. If they don't think we're doing a good job, they can choose somebody else.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay. So I just want to, state for the record. Number one, when I moved for discussion, I thought that it was the proper thing to do to have the discussion. I didn't realize we were moved for discussion. So thank you for the clarification on that. Number two is that, listen, if this gets adopted, I think I would probably be impacted by it because, as probably a lot of you know, I'm married to someone that works in the real estate field. He's worked with you, Mark, in the real estate development field, years and years ago, and so I would probably be affected by that. I do believe it's good to have diversity of minds, of thoughts, of perspectives, of viewpoints on the board, and that's why I felt comfortable with it, because for that diversity of perspectives, that individuals who may not be trained as an attorney or as an architect may bring to the table. So that was my reason of supporting this. I believe that having diversity of ideas, of perspective is always constructive and fruitful for these discussions. Thank you.
So can I
You're muted, Tanya. You're muted.
Sorry, I thought I just unmuted myself. Can I suggest that, you know, the spirit of this is to build in diversity that might not be naturally occurring. So if the concern is about the prohibition, because I take your collective points about just because somebody does X for a living doesn't mean that he or she isn't also a committed, concerned citizen who will represent the best interests of residents in general. I hear that loud and clear, and I think that is a fair statement. So perhaps instead of having outright prohibition, maybe we can use that phrase, Kareem, that you talked about, preference, that in that last sentence. So instead of a prohibition on anybody in those fields, say a strong preference to those who are in fields other than blah, blah, blah. And that way it doesn't preclude anybody, but it reinforces to the commission as they're reviewing their candidates that we are always seeking a diversity of life and lived experiences that are relevant to the board at hand. Assuming qualifications, obviously, we don't want somebody who, you know, has no reason for being on the board to be considered just because they have an interesting life story. Right. I mean, I'm not advocating anything extreme like that, but just as a reminder that the more different perspectives that are brought to bear in considering how our city evolves, the better off we will all collectively be.
And I would not be in favor of that.
One second, Mark. Oh, go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
No, I wouldn't be in favor of that because, again, do we not trust our commissioners to make the right choice, Tanya? We have to trust. You know, a lot of people applied for these positions. And we have to trust them to make the right decisions rather than having some sort of influence. Because, you know, when you start taking preferences, that all of a sudden becomes what it is. It isn't these people. That's what naturally happens. So that doesn't convince me.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either because it doesn't mean that an attorney can't have other interests or an architect can't have other interests or can't have a feeling that they want to help the community. So we're talking about diversity, but simply because somebody has a profession doesn't mean they're not as diverse as someone who has another profession. So I can't go along with that.
And I think without this ordinance, we do have a pretty diverse board. In the 2 years that I've been here, I've seen a shift in the type of people that are on this board. So it seems like our commissioners are already doing a good job at this without putting it in writing.
Hey, so you want to make a motion?
One second. Please give me this point of just privilege here. Let me see if I can look at this. So Tanya, you use the word diversity in the sense of diversifying, you know, the backgrounds of folks that get to the board. Alex, you even gave an example where you have a partner at home, and like my partner, my spouse at home would look at this, and she wouldn't be conflicted out naturally because she doesn't work with the people that I work with. So if she wouldn't have to exempt herself from a vote from, you know, somebody that I may exempt myself from all the time. It's not 100% guaranteed. Now, where she's making household income with me from a conflict, yes, I think. But if it were somebody in another circumstance where it may not be clearly defined as household income, she wouldn't have to exempt herself from another, let's call it, real estate developer that I may get myself conflicted with. So seeing that, I'm not so sure that this is a silver bullet that takes care of a whole lot of the things that we have concerns about. And Tanya, I do hear the diversity of background. So, I mean, would we be opposed to, and maybe this is for the attorneys, but to have just after that part where it says Miami Beach Leadership Academy course, to have a statement without calling out individual careers, but or professions, to have some kind of language around with the intent of encouraging diversity amongst members. Well, could we add something like that? And it's then becomes aspirational, and it's in the spirit of what we're talking about without having specific exclusions. Nick, is that possible?
Diversity of what, though?
I was just
diversity means a
background. Maybe
lot.
That's what I'm asking for help with. Maybe it's backgrounds or professional experience. I don't know.
Again, I go back. I'm now sounding like a broken record here, but we vote for our commissioners, right? And so, we have to trust them to make these decisions. They make the decision on these 7 seats. Okay, they make the decision, and so we have to trust them. If the people aren't happy with if the citizens aren't happy with these 7 people, they could vote their commissioners out, along with other decisions that they haven't been happy with their commissioners. So I would be in favor of. I'd be in favor of this. Let me finish out. So I'd be in favor of it ending at the academy.
I'd like to add
3 requirements.
I'd like to add something else. Our society is debating what constitutes diversity. So I think it's presumptuous and arrogant of this ordinance to try to define that and remove the human element of discretion from the decision, which rests with the commission. And that was the brilliance of our founders. Make the Constitution vague so there is some kind of occasionally a flaw will arise, or there might be a procedural problem like we recently learned. But the more latitude there is, the more discretion that can be exercised by the people who are making the decisions. The ordinance doesn't really make any sense in its proscriptions. So
point taken.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. But
I would, I think we have a motion, don't we? And a second here that David.
I'm sorry. Did we? I apologize.
Yeah. So I think that David made a motion that we approve this with the residents at large, 3 years, previously served on a board or went to the Leadership Academy, and I second that.
So let me. It's been moved by David Weeder, second by Mark Milan. Let me just read it let me just read it just to make sure I understand. So 2 persons who are residents at large and who currently reside in the city and have resided in the city for at least 3 consecutive years at the time of appointment or reappointment. Additionally, strong preference shall be given to individuals who have previously served on a Miami Beach board or committee and or completed the Miami Beach Leadership Academy course, period.
That's it.
That was the motion, yes.
I don't see what the harm is in putting in an aspirational phrase of, even as simple as and looking for diversity in experiences.
We have a motion a second here.
Do you accept that amendment?
We have a motion and a second. I stand by my second here, Kareem.
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Weeder. We have second by Mr. Milan. And I'm going to do a roll call. Ms. Bott?
As it currently stands, no.
Okay. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Thinking here. Do we approve part of it or do we improve?
It's yes or no, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not thinking. No, I'll vote no on this for now.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-2. Sorry, 5-2.
All right.
Mr.
I think
Chair?
that was good. Yeah, yes, go ahead, Alex.
I just for clarification for me on this topic, I mean, for the attorney, did the city commission refer this to us? I know it's here because it's an amendment to land use because of the composition, but did they refer this to us?
Yeah, so the City Commission referred this ordinance to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, The Land Use and Sustainability Committee of the City Commission reviewed it, made recommendations. We incorporated those recommendations in the draft that went to the City Commission. That draft is the draft today's motion was based on. It's the one where the first page at the top says draft incorporating LUSC recommendations. Now, obviously, that was you transmitted it with a change, but your change was based on this draft. After we printed the ordinance incorporating the Land Use Committee's recommendations as part of the February 10th City Commission meeting agenda, the original sponsor of the item sought to propose his own alternative draft. And that's the draft that starts in your agenda. It's actually the first one in the printed agenda, which says at the top, draft is proposed by Commissioner Michael Gongora. The City Commission decided ultimately to refer both versions. So both were before you. And the one you transmitted was the one that represents the Land Use Committee's recommendations.
Okay. I was only asking just because when we're talking about, about the City Commission and trusting the City Commission, we're discussing this because the City Commission asked us to discuss this, and they sent it to us. So I just, wanted to place that on the record.
Yeah, and I think that Commissioner Gongora and others who will be able to hear some of the discussion that we may have provoked an additional thought on the item can be thoughtful. This is a recommendation. It's not the end all to be all, and perhaps they'll pick up the aspirational language that was there at the end, and perhaps not. Perhaps what will be the final version of this is what we submitted today with the recommendation. So with that, I think it was very good, spirited conversation, and I just appreciate all of you guys, and I'm very hesitant, because of what I do for a living and the number of people that I know. Sometimes people come before this board that I know personally that I have no business dealings whatsoever with. And sometimes I think that they have really great ideas. The item that we voted on, I think is 880 or 888 71st Street. I can't remember the address that Matisse Cohen and his group brought.
888.
I mean, what is it, David?
It was 888.
Yeah, so that particular property, the triangle property there over by where I get my haircut before COVID, but that I just thought that was a really thoughtful project. It didn't have the parking per se and all this stuff, but man, what a great project! I thought I could personalize that project. I could watch myself walking through that project, and I thought, man, this is going to be great. And then we've had other things that have not had anything to do with real estate, or whether they had to do with real estate, that I just thought, man, I know this person and I wish they would have brought a better product to this board. And I haven't been able to support them and what they were doing. So, things I think you just have to vote your conscience. And I think Mark said it correctly in the spirit of what David said. You're here 2 years on the board. When I talk to the commissioners or I talk to the mayor, hey, you know what? I really do this as a passion project. I certainly could be making way more money with the time I spend here at this board, and certainly responding to all the inquiries that are coming to me from my office while I'm sitting here in the form of emails, text messages, and the like, and could be doing way more different things with my time. I really enjoy it, and I share that with them each and every time. I just like doing it. So I think, it's almost incumbent upon the leadership to take people who have a passion for doing this and who really want to do it, like everyone here, because they're committed to the city of Miami Beach. And Mark, thank you. I just paraphrased everything you and David said, but, I just wanted to express that on the record.
Yeah, Thank you, and I think you do an amazing job, Kareem. You're really a terrific chair. Thank you. And all of us, all should for the same reason. I think maybe we have just different views on visions of the city. And we're entitled to, but I think all of us are here not for anything other than the love of the city. And again, it's up to the commissioners to decide, if they want more activist types on this board or more non-activist types or whoever they want. They it's up to the commission to decide on the who comprises this board. They get voted in and they have to make those tough decisions. So I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
All right.
I'll second that, Mark.
All in favor? Aye. All right.
Great day, everyone. Thank you.
All right, everyone.
Take care, guys. Stay safe.
Take care. Next meeting, March 23rd.
Okay. Thank you. Same time, same channel.
Bye.